Good evening and welcome to the council meeting for Monday, September the 23rd, 2024. Please rise for the playing of the national anthem and a moment of reflection.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits.
God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated. At this time, I will look to Councillor Townsend to read the land acknowledgement.
The land on which council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. The territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many Indigenous peoples made up of First Nation, Inuit, and Métis. The Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement should remind us of our responsibility to ensure the Dish, the territories on which we live and work, is never emptied, and that we take care of the land and its inhabitants in the way that ensures its future sustainability.
Thank you, Councillor. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for joining us this evening for our council meeting. I wanted to start off today's mayor's report with some condolences. We'd like to offer our condolences to the family and friends of Ted Bradley. Ted was the proud father of 3 children, 4 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren, and the older brother to Chair Jim Bradley. Ted will be fondly remembered by all who knew him. Some news and updates. Last Saturday, I had the opportunity to attend the Hope in Motion event in support of Hotel du Shaver. The walk was an opportunity to honor past and present patients and celebrate how far they've come in their rehabilitation journey, while also raising much needed funds for the Hotel du Shaver. Last Sunday, I also had the opportunity to participate in the annual Terry Fox Run in Port Dalhousie, and I want to thank Councillors Williamson and Councillor Garcia for coming out to that as well. I believe, I'm not sure how many years in a row Councillor Garcia is at, but I know it outnumbers me, and I'm sure Councillor Williamson as well. Many, many years taking part in that. Great turnout to support a fantastic cause, and I want to thank the organizers for hosting another great run, which I PR'd him, actually. I had a great run that day. Last week, I had the pleasure of attending the Grape Growers of Ontario luncheon at Club Roma. Pleasure meeting Olympic gold medalist John Montgomery, who is of amazing race fame for those who don't remember the walk through the Whistler Olympic Village, as well as the great growers and winery operators here in St. Catharines and the region. Special congratulations to this year's Grape King, Jeff Duke. As harvest season begins, Niagara is alive with excitement, and our grape growers continue to make Ontario wines the best in the world. Last Thursday, I had the opportunity to attend an event celebrating 65 years of the Penn Centre. We're incredibly fortunate to have such a major economic driver in the city. Penn Centre is not just a place for shopping, it's become a key contributor for the local economy, for creating jobs, attracting visitors, and in supporting the growth of small and large businesses. Over the last 65 years, it's played an important role in helping to shape St. Catharines into the vibrant hub it is today. So congratulations on 65 years, and we're wishing you great success for 65 more. Also on Thursday, I had an opportunity to join the community at the Take Back the Night event. It was a powerful and moving experience as we came together to raise our voices against violence and support survivors. A heartfelt thank you to the organizers for including me in this important event. A heartfelt thank you as well to the speakers who came and talked about their personal experiences and for creating a space of courage, empowerment, and unity. On Friday, I had the opportunity to raise the Culture Day flags here at City Hall to kick off the month-long celebration of arts in culture in our community and across the country. I was joined by Councillor Stevens, Councillor Dodge, and I will give credit to Councillor Dodge. She has an old school Culture Days t-shirt, and she was the only one wearing it, so she got a lot of street cred for that. A big thanks to city staff and CRCS for their coordination of the event, and to all of the community partners for offering amazing activities all month long. You can check out the city website for more details of all the fun workshops and classes that are taking course over the month. On Saturday, we celebrated 60 years of Brock University at their Skyline celebration on campus. It was a privilege to join the community in honoring this milestone at the stunning Arthur Schmoen Tower. And here's to the next chapter of excellence and innovation. And on Wednesday, October 2nd, from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. at Partridge Hall in the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre, you can join me and those members of council who are able to attend for a DEI town hall. In a time where inclusivity and diversity are essential components of a thriving community, I'm eager to engage in meaningful conversations with members of equity-deserving groups. The insights are invaluable in addressing the pressing issues that impact our community at a local level, so I look forward to seeing all who are interested there. We had a couple of openings this past week. This past Saturday, we celebrated the grand opening of Brindle, a fantastic new addition to our local food scene located at 160 St. Paul. And I want to thank Councillors Dodge and Stevens for joining me at that as well. They have a focus on handmade pasta, specialty pastries, and owners Nicole and Carlos are ready to elevate our culinary landscape. We want to thank them for investing in St. Catharines. And also on Saturday, I was able to attend the grand opening of the Apiary located at 49 Lake Street. The Apiary is more than just a co-working space. It represents a commitment to empowering women in our community. Co-working spaces like the Apiary not only provide essential resources for women entrepreneurs, but also contribute to the overall economic growth of St. Catharines. Congratulations to the Apiary on this exciting grand opening, and thank you again to Councillor Stevens, who was there with me. I feel like Councillor Stevens has kind of been my shadow for the last 2 weeks. He's been almost everywhere that I've been. Grape and wine season is officially in full swing. This Thursday, the fun begins as Kim Mitchell and the Crash Test Dummies take the stage at Montebello. Tickets are still available for $10 in advance, $15 at the door, and $5 of each ticket goes to community care. So I encourage you to get out there and enjoy Kim Mitchell and the Crash Test Dummies. On Friday, Montebello Park will open at 5 p.m. and things kick off with my participation in the Grape Stomp along with my team of first responders up against a team of next-gen grape growers and a team from Bell Media. I have to believe that the first responders, given the great physical shape that most of our first responders are in, are probably going to take the title, which will allow me to maintain my trophy as top stomper from last year. Then on Saturday, we will kick things off with the Grand Parade beginning at 11 a.m. So a reminder to all of those who may be in attendance, please don't forget to bring non-perishable food items to support community care. After the parade, Montebello Park will be open Saturday from 12 to 11 p.m. and Sunday from 12 to 6. We're looking forward to seeing everyone at the park over the course of the weekend. I want to wish a good luck to the Niagara Ice Dogs as they kick off their 2024-2025 regular season on the road this coming weekend against the Ottawa 67s and the Kingston Frontenacs. We look forward to the return to the Meridian Centre on October 6th. And I should say, 2 Fridays ago, I had the opportunity to drop the puck at the St. Catharines Junior Bees home opener. It was a great night with a good win by an exciting hockey team that brought hockey to us early. We're looking forward to winning seasons from both the Falcons and the Ice Dogs this year. And finally, this Sunday, September 29th, is the Niagara Children's Center Superhero Run. If you have an opportunity to donate, please reach out to niagarachildrenscenter.com to make a donation. I sincerely appreciate all the money that can come into that wonderful place up on top of the escarpment that serves so many kids in our community. With that, I will open the floor to any members of council who may want to add to the mayor's report this evening. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to add a comment on your comments on the Terry Fox run, as you said, the weather was excellent. It was really packed, and I was told by the organizers that they broke all records in fundraising, so that's excellent.
That is fantastic news. Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple things to add. Also on Friday, we had the Culture Day flag raising, and followed by the juried exhibition art opening up here in City Hall. You did. And I just want to thank everybody that came out on yesterday to the Fairview Mall for Start Me Up. It was Stuff the Truck. They were collecting personal hygiene items and everything, and it was very well attended. And they'd just like to thank everybody who was able to come by and drop donations off for that, so it was very much appreciated. And that's it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one more thing in regards to the Grape and Wine festivities. The Pied Piper Parade is also going to be held, and because we had to change the dates, Pied Piper Parade will be held on Sunday at 4 o'clock, and it will circle the park at that time. Other than that, you did a great job telling everybody, and I really encourage people to watch the mayor stomp grapes. It's something to behold.
It's a lot of body parts flying in a lot of different directions when it happens. All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, and my apologies for not mentioning the Pied Piper Parade, but that one's also a lot of fun on the Sunday, and I know the kids enjoy coming out for that. Seeing no other additions, I will turn things over to the Deputy Clerk for the adoption of the agenda.
The following amendments have been made to the agenda. Item 8.1, presentation from the Niagara Regional Native Center regarding Orange Shirt Day, powwow, and memorandum of understanding. Update will be moved to after item 5, motion to move consent reports. Motions items 10.1 and 10.2 will be moved to after item 9.1, which is the active transportation master plan. Then after the motions are discussed, we will continue on to discuss items 9.2 and 9.3. And the second clause of the recommendation for item 6.3, which is the 2015 CIP amend and partially rescind TIF approval for 155 Ontario Street and 4, 6, and 10 Adams Street. The recommendation, or the second clause of the recommendation, is being removed from the recommendation as the project has already been approved by City Council. And the following items of additional correspondence have been placed in Council's Sugar Sync folder and are generally available to the public by contacting the clerk's office. 1, correspondence from the Niagara Olympic Track and Field Club regarding its project business plan. And 2, correspondence from residents in support of item 9.1 regarding the active transportation master plan.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. And just for clarification for those in the audience, the items that were moved in the agenda, we do that to make sure that if there are items that have presentations attached to them or where members of the public are going to be speaking to those items, we move those forward in the agenda so that we're not forcing people to stay here potentially until 10:30 at night to be able to speak to an item they want to speak to. So anything that we have registered delegates to or delegations to speak to, we try and front load that at the beginning. So please know if you're here for that reason, we're getting to you as quickly as we can. With that, can I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? Councillor Dodge, seconder, Deputy Mayor Phillips. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Adoption of the minutes, that council adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting held on September 9th, 2024. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Lindell, Councillor Garcia. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Just through you, I have a non-pecuniary conflict of interest for 6.3 in the consent reports.
So as a reminder, please make sure that you submit your written statement of declaration via the online form. Are there any other declarations of interest? All right, seeing none, we will move on to the motion to move consent reports. The motion is that council approve the consent agenda, save and accept those items brought forward for discussion. Can I have a mover for the consent agenda? Councillor Stevens. And I will look to the Deputy Clerk to read the list of consent reports and call the recorded vote.
Item 6.1, Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk, 2025 Schedule of Meetings for City Council and Budget Standing Committee. 6.2, Legal and Clerk Services, Legal Services, Non-Application of Line Fences Act. 6.3, Planning and Building Services, Planning Services, 2015 Community Improvement Plan, 2015 CIP, amend and partially rescind TIF approval, 155 Ontario Street and 4, 6, and 10 Adams Street. And item 6.4, Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk, Council Correspondence. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Just point of order, because of my conflict
So
of interest.
You would vote yes, and we will again note your conflict of interest on 6.3.
Yeah, okay. Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sisko.
Yes.
And that's carried.
And for clarity, Councillor Ratzlaff, I may have said vote yes, and then you can vote however you want on that. I wasn't telling you to vote yes. But yes, your conflict is noted on 6.3. Declaration to all presenters. Council chambers in all municipalities in our country represent the seed of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and to seek opinions into very complex issues, ensuring safe spaces for all in our public discourse. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and question one another, but that we understand we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignity in our chambers. We respect the right for everyone to have an opinion and remind the audience views of the public do not always reflect those of the Corporation of the City of St. Catharines. We will start first with item 8.1, which is a presentation from the Niagara Regional Native Center regarding Orange Shirt Day, the powwow, and the Memorandum of Understanding update. And I'll call upon Don Mockton and Sean Vanderklis from the Niagara Regional Native Center to make their presentation. Sean and Don. The lectern is yours.
Beautiful.
Sorry.
I'm a bigger guy, so my stomach was sitting on that desk. Very awkward. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So, Mr. Mayor, esteemed members of council, and the citizens of St. Catharines, today I come before you with a heavy heart and a sense of duty to honor the lives of 6 individuals who were tragically taken from us from encounters with law enforcement. These individuals were members of our communities, fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, and sons. Their stories are heartbreaking and their memories deserve to be honored. Not merely as statistics, but as human beings with dreams, aspirations, and loved ones who continue to grieve their loss. So let us take a moment to recognize their names and the tragic circumstances that brought them to our attention. Jack Pichet was 31 years old. On August 29th, Jack was struck by an RCMP vehicle in Clearwater, Dene Nation, Saskatchewan. Jack was a young man with dreams and aspirations. His life ahead of him and a family who loved him deeply. His death has left a void in our hearts by those who've known him. Tammy Bateman, an Indigenous woman in her 30s, on September 2nd, Tammy was killed by the Winnipeg police cruiser. Tammy was known for her kindness, love for her family, and vibrant spirit that brought joy to those around her. She was someone who had dreams of her own, dreams that will never be realized. Hoss Lightning Saddleback was 15 years old. On August 30th, this young man was shot by the RCMP in Sampson Cree First Nation, which is located in Alberta, after he placed a 911 call on himself, saying he was being followed by people and he just wanted people who wanted to harm him. He was looking just for some help from the police. Just a teenager, Hoss was full of potential and had his entire life ahead of him. He should be here today, growing, learning, and dreaming of his future. Jason West was 57-year-old who on September 6th was killed by a Windsor police officer who was responding to a call about a person with a weapon outside of a beer store. Jason was a young man with a family, a history, and a community that will feel his absence for years to come. Stephen Iggy Dedman, 33 years old, was on September the 8th. Stephen was fatally shot by the RCMP during what was supposed to be a wellness check in his home of Elsie Pawdog First Nation, located in New Brunswick. Stephen was a man who cared deeply for his family, his community, and his culture. He deserved compassion and understanding, not violence. And last but certainly not least was Danielle Knife, who was 31 years old. Also happened to happen on September the 8th. Danielle was shot and killed by the RCMP in their home community located in Saskatchewan, as they suspected him of an involvement with a machete attack earlier that day. He too was a person of dreams, a person whose life mattered, and a person whose death leaves behind a grieving family. These names, these lives are not just part of the tragic narrative. They represent the reality that Indigenous people face far too often, interactions with law enforcement. It's an unfortunate, heartbreaking truth that communities continue to endure such violence as we approach the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. We must recognize that these 6 lives that are lost are part of a larger pattern of systemic racism and injustice that has persisted for generations. The National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, observed on September 30th, is a day that holds deep meaning for Indigenous people. It acknowledges the painful legacy of residential schools and the ongoing impact of colonization on Indigenous communities. This day is a direct response to the Truth and Reconciliation's calls to action, specifically the call to action number 80, which called for the creation of a federal statutory holiday to honor survivors, their families, and communities. It's a day to reflect on the devastating impacts of residential schools, which had an impact on over 150 Indigenous people, more specifically children, who were taken from their families, their languages, and their cultures. For over half a century, these schools sought to strip Indigenous children of their identities, to break the spirit of our communities, and to erase our cultures. Many of them never returned home, and those who did were forever changed by the trauma they experienced. The intergenerational impact of this trauma continues to infect Indigenous families today, manifesting in the form of loss, pain, and a struggle to reclaim our languages, our traditions, and our ways of life. The National Day for Truth and Reconciliation is an opportunity for all Canadians to educate the impacts of these policies and to commit to a path of healing and understanding. It's a day to honor resilience of survivors and to acknowledge the strength of Indigenous communities that continue to fight for justice, equality, and the preservation of our cultures. However, it is essential that this day does not become a mere formality, something that's marked on a calendar and forgotten as soon as it passes. You see, the spirit of reconciliation requires more than just symbolic gestures. It demands genuine commitment and action. It calls upon each of us to take steps to understanding the history of this land, to listen to Indigenous voices, and to work together to create a society where Indigenous people are treated with the dignity and respect that they deserve. As the president of the Niagara Regional Native Center, I'm proud to represent an organization that has stood as a pillar of support and advocacy for the Indigenous people in the Niagara region for the past 50 years. This year, we celebrate our 50th anniversary, which is a testament to the resilience, strength, and perseverance of our people. Over the decades, the Niagara Regional Native Center has been a place where Indigenous voices are heard, where cultures are celebrated, and where stories are shared. We have faced countless challenges, but we have never lost sight of our commitment to empowering Indigenous communities. In the spirit of resilience and celebration, I'm pleased to announce that on October 5th, we will be hosting our 10th annual powwow, which can be held at the Meridian Center in downtown St. Catharines. This event is especially significant this year because it's not only our 10th annual powwow, but it's the kickoff of our celebration of 50 years of service to this community. The powwow is a sacred gathering a space where we can honor our ancestors, celebrate our cultures, and share our traditions with everyone in the city of St. Catharines and beyond. And the powwow is more than just a cultural event. It's a reflection of our resilience and our determination to carry our traditions forward. It's a celebration of the fact that despite centuries of attempts to silence our voices, erase our culture, and diminish our existence, we are still here. We continue to dance, we continue to sing, we continue to share our stories, and to stand with pride to who we are as Indigenous people. So that being said, we'd like to invite each and every one of you to join us at the powwow on October 5th. Doors open at 11, and we ask that you come with an open heart, ready to listen, ready to learn, and ready to be part of something that is deeply meaningful to us as Indigenous people. It's also an opportunity for us to come together and build the bridges of understanding and to walk together on the path of reconciliation. In the spirit of reconciliation, I would also like to acknowledge the City of St. Catharines for its ongoing commitment to reconciliation. I'm pleased to announce that senior leadership at the NRNC and officials from the City of St. Catharines have been meeting on a regular basis to renew and strengthen the Memorandum of Understanding that was signed years ago. This renewed partnership is a reflection of the city's dedication to walking alongside us on the journey towards reconciliation and into ensuring that Indigenous voices and perspectives are included in shaping our future. However, it's also important to note that reconciliation is not just about attending powwows and signing agreements or taking part in events. It's about real, meaningful actions to address systemic inequalities and injustices that Indigenous people continue to face. It's about holding our institutions accountable, demanding change, and ensuring that the rights, safety, and dignity of Indigenous people are protected. Reconciliation requires all of us to be active participants in this journey, to educate ourselves, to listen to Indigenous voices, and to stand up to the injustices that we see. So to the families of Jack, Tommy, Haas, Jason, Stephen, and Danielle, we offer our deepest condolences. We want you to know that we see you, we hear you, and we stand with you. Your loss is our loss, and we continue to fight for a future where no more lives are taken, where Indigenous people can live with the safety, respect, and dignity that they deserve. In closing, I want to thank the City of St. Catharines for providing us this platform today, for listening to our stories, and for showing a willingness to engage in this vital conversation. Together, we can create a future that honors these 6 lives lost, that acknowledges the injustices of the past, but more importantly, builds towards a world where all people are treated with respect, dignity, and compassion. Thank you so much. I will see you all October 5th. And before I do so, I'm going to turn the mic over to our Executive Director, Don Monton.
Good evening, everybody. So I just wanted to share a little story with you. So usually when I'm asked to come and speak about reconciliation and residential schools and stuff, I like to share my personal story. So both of my grandparents were placed in residential school at a very early age. When they were released, they went to be Jehovah's Witnesses, and that's how they stayed till the day they died. They had 16 children. They raised all of them as Jehovah's Witnesses. Neither one of my grandparents ever stepped foot on their reserve again. They had no interest in learning their culture. They were broken. That school broke them. So it was, my father never grew up with his culture, and he never really grew up in a loving home because they didn't know how to show it. It was my older siblings. I'm one of 11. So it was my older siblings that went out and sought our culture and reclaimed it and brought it back to us younger ones to learn and to live in. And I'm so grateful for that, because otherwise I wouldn't be standing here, a part of this Indigenous community and this center that I work for. So I just like to share that because it gives a bit of a personal experience to the residential school system and what they did to our families and the intergenerational trauma that we continue to suffer from that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean and Don, for your words and for your statement, your personal experiences. It's appreciated, and I know all members of council appreciate you coming and sharing with us today in advance of everything that's coming over the next couple of weeks and months. Are there any questions from council? All right, seeing none, thank you for the presentation. You can have a seat, and we appreciate it. Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation? Councillor Townsend, Councillor McPherson. So the motion is the council receive the presentation from the Niagara Regional Native Center regarding Orange Shirt Day, the powwow, and the Memorandum of Understanding update. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. We will move on to the public meetings that are planned this evening. The first one is 7.1, Planning and Building Services, Planning Services Administrative Amendment to the 2015 Community Improvement Plan 2015 CIP. The purpose of this public meeting is to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public and council to understand the proposed administrative amendment to the 2015 Community Improvement Plan and to provide the public with an opportunity for input before council's decision. If a specified person or public body, as defined in the Planning Act, or the registered owner of the land does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or written submission to council prior to council making its decision, they are not entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal. If a person does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or a written submission prior to the council decision, that person may not be added as a party to the hearing of any appeals by others without the permission of the tribunal. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Staff will explain the report and staff's recommendation. Members of the public wishing to delegate were advised to register by 9 a.m. today. No one has requested to speak. At that time, I will ask if anybody does request to speak who is here. After that, the public meeting will be closed, and council will be able to ask staff questions and will consider the report recommendations. The public meeting is now open, and I call upon Elena Campbell, the Community Improvement Coordinator, to present.
Good evening, everyone. This presentation is on the proposed administrative amendments to the 2015 Community Improvement Plan. The 2015 CIP was first adopted by City Council in November of 2014 and contains grant programs, including the Tax Increment Finance Program. The city currently doesn't accept new applications under the 2015 CIP since the adoption of the 2020 CIP by Council in November of 2020. However, there are still approved projects under the 2015 CIP for which grant commitments will last up until 2035. Today's proposed administrative amendments will apply only to the 2015 CIP, as due to recent council directives and administrative challenges, areas of improvement have been observed by staff through the use and monitoring of the 2015 plan. The proposed changes will allow the 2015 CIP to be more consistent and predictable and better align with the improvements of the 2020 CIP. The proposed amendments will cover the following 3 areas: grant assignment, assessment variance, and definitions of eligible and retroactively eligible costs. First, grant assignment. Both the 2004 version of the CIP and the 2020 CIP allow grants to be assigned. The 2015 CIP explicitly states that only the property owner who made the application may receive the grant. In order to remedy this restrictive language, this amendment is proposing allowing assignment to any person, persons, or corporation subject to council approval. The amendment also proposes allowing the assignment of the grant to any financial institution without council approval. Often, new developments obtain funding and loans from a variety of sources, whether private or public financial institutions. And a financial institution will be defined as a corporation incorporated pursuant to the Trust and Loans Companies Act, a chartered bank, trust company, credit union, case populaire, or insurance company. The second area of amendment to the 2015 CIP surrounds assessment variance. Last month, on August 26th, Council approved permitting projects to apply for deadline extensions. As the graph shows, the tax assessment amount is calculated as the difference between the property value at project approval and the property value at the time of project completion, multiplied by the tax increment. Extensions may adjust the payout timeline and future budget projections, potentially deviating from the predicted completion date, which can impact the post-development assessment value. In order to protect the budget, projects who will utilize the new extension permissions will be subject to a 5% variance limit, and this 5% variance limit is consistent with the variance limit in the 2020 CIP. The third and final area of proposed administrative amendments makes revisions to eligible and retroactive costs. Eligible costs are incurred by the owner after a specified date and are used to offset the tax increment grant. So firstly, the definition for site-specific risk assessment costs are to be added as a retroactive eligible cost. Site-specific risk assessments and a Phase 2 environmental site assessment are types of studies used to determine the level of contamination found on a site. These studies identify the remediation activities and costs required to remediate the property, and the site-specific risk assessment was inadvertently omitted in the version of the 2015 CIP, and this revision will ensure it's consistent with the 2020 CIP. The second area under eligible costs, legal fees, consulting fees, and financing costs related to redevelopment are not retroactively eligible. Legal fees, consulting fees, and financing costs will only be retroactively eligible when they relate to the preparation of a complete CIP application. This clarity is provided through this amendment. The third area under eligible costs is for remediation and redevelopment costs incurred. So costs are incurred, the proposal suggests costs are incurred after City Council approval of the TIF application. Under the current policy, costs are incurred after the execution of the bylaw and the agreement. However, due to historic delays in entering into these agreements, applicants approved for grants may not originally be able to receive their grant funding. These amendments will better align the approved grant value with the eligible project costs and allow for the long-term sustainability for projects to be maintained. Notice was provided for the proposed amendments to the 2015 CIP, for which minimal comments were received. And staff are recommending that the 2015 CIP be amended to allow for grant assignment, include a variance limit on the assessment amount, and revise the requirements for eligible and retroactively eligible costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell, for the presentation. As a reminder to council, if you do have any questions, we'll wait until after the public delegations, if there are any. Does anyone in attendance wish to speak today? I'll ask again, does anybody in attendance wish to speak? All right, seeing none, can I have a motion to close the public meeting? Councilor Townsend, seconded by Councilor Lindell. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. The public meeting is now closed and council is called to order. Persons wishing to receive notice of council's decision should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the staff recommendation? Councilor Townsend, Councilor McPherson. At this time now, we can take questions of staff. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, I don't know if Director Kite is online, but perhaps James Nielsen can answer this. The report says that we're doing this because of inconsistencies between the 2015 CIP and the 2020. Would we not automatically dovetail anything from a previous CIP with the new one so that the new one supersedes whatever the previous one was?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So if I'm understanding the question right, it's essentially why haven't these amendments been rolled into 2020? Is that correct? So essentially, at the time, we can't retroactively go back and make those changes. The 2020 CIP fixed some of those changes, but there are still applications under the 2015 CIP that are under those rules. And so to make them more consistent with the 2020 CIP, we're amending them today.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Councilor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question I have is there any financial cost to the corporation?
Financial cost. Who wants to handle this one? Elena?
The item related to, through the mayor to the councillor. So financial costs related to this amendment, there'll be greater security with implementing a 5% variance limit for projects, because under the 2015 CIP, that currently doesn't exist. So should projects use extensions, we can kind of limit how much the assessment value would be once they're actually completed. So there's greater financial stability in that sense.
But I gather there's no additional cost.
So in that case, no, it would be by bringing in the amendment, we ensure there doesn't create a significant additional cost because we're limiting the actual amount that the grant can be paid out on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff. In the one part where it had said it can go in not just the owner's name now, it can go in anyone's name, is that to do with that specific application, or does that mean that if the project isn't complete, that someone else could come and they would get what's already been approved?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So it would only be for the specifically approved project. When they're finished and the project is complete and we confirm everything's been done, they would get their grant payment. Most of these projects, it's a 10-year grant payment. So whether that goes with the original person who was the applicant, if they do assign it to someone else, so a financial institution, one of their creditors, it would go to them. But they wouldn't be able to assign grants to someone that wasn't an approved project.
Okay, so they have, through the 10-year period, they can assign it to someone else if they want?
Yes, and in the 2004 CIP, that's been done in the past. People typically, as the checks go out, whether or not they want to assign from the very beginning when they finish the redevelopment or throughout the years, that is an option, and we would come to council if they requested that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Any further questions for staff? All right, seeing none, at this time I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor McPherson,
Yes.
Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes?
Councillor Ratzoff,
Yes.
Councillor Stevens,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
and Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, moving on to item 9.1, Engineering, Facilities, and Environmental Services, Transportation Services, the Active Transportation Master Plan Draft Final Report. Prior to discussing the report, I will look to Anthony Martuccio, the Director of Engineering, Facilities, and Environmental Services, for introductory comments.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Tonight, we have before us the city's first master plan for active transportation, which also happens to be the first of its kind in Niagara region. This foundational document has been created under the leadership and collaboration of city staff from various departments in conjunction with our consultant WSP and through extensive outreach with residents, business owners, government and community partners, committees of council, and members of council. We have heard for many years from the community and council that the city needs a properly connected, safe, and more accessible transportation network. Our transportation network must reflect the mobility needs of our community, which extends beyond the cars and buses that have traditionally been the focus of our transportation network investments. Many in our community choose not to drive, are unable to drive, or simply want to live in a community where they have reasonable mobility options. The establishment of a more complete and connective active transportation network will help St. Catharines become a healthier and more equitable community, where those who live and work can be less reliant on their vehicles as the only practical choice. Understanding that there are capital and operating investments required, the master plan we have before us provides the city with a blueprint and a roadmap that will allow staff and council to prioritize our investments in active transportation, prepare ourselves to leverage potential grant opportunities, inform development charges and land needs decisions, and work towards achieving council's environmental and affordability goals, amongst others. By supporting and endorsing the Active Transportation Master Plan here tonight, we have the opportunity to not only improve the active transportation system as we know it today, but also to show leadership within our community, region, and province, and create a more equitable and safe transportation system that everyone will benefit from.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Martuccio. Council will now hear delegations from Jeff Hurst, Aaron Sharp, Rachel Braithwaite, Kevin Corticus, Pamela Dungau, and Hudson Christie. We will start with a delegation from Jeff Hurst. I didn't see Mr. Hurst, but I assumed he was somewhere back there. Come on up, Mr. Hurst. And the lectern is yours.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Cisco, Council.
Actually, one second, Mr. Hurst. Just as a reminder to everybody, I just want to make sure I get this out before you start. There's a 5-minute time limit for all of our delegations. I always try to give people some time to wrap up if they're getting close to the 5 minutes. I just wanted to remind everybody before we begin. I know you understand that, but we may have some new presenters today. Mr. Hurst, now the lectern is yours.
Well, if I'm over 5 minutes, please stop me. But thank you, Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm no stranger to this lectern, but for those who don't know me, my name is Jeff Hurst. I'm the chair of the Hague Neighbors Association. And the ATMP is very exciting to me because cycling is my primary way of getting around the city. So naturally, I wanted to be here tonight to self-advocate. But I'm also here for those who tend to struggle quietly on our streets. You know, for the kid who's hesitating at a crosswalk, wondering if the next gap in traffic will be long enough for them to cross. Or for the new parent who's pushing a stroller on a sidewalk with no separation from traffic rushing by on the street. Or worse yet, there is no sidewalk, so they're on the street. Or even the senior who would really like to be out walking, but they just feel it's too dangerous out on the road lately. I don't feel that any of these folks should feel unsafe getting around our city, no matter how they do it. They deserve a city where every road user is protected. And that's exactly what the ATMP will deliver. Because this isn't just about active transportation. Cars, too, will be safer and more comfortable on streets where everyone is accounted for. We spent 70+ years shaping St. Catharines streets so that they're quick to get around on when everyone is in a car. But spend a day on any given street in this city watching traffic, and you'll see how short-sighted that plan was. People are always going to walk, bike, or roll, even more so as car affordability inches out of reach for many. And with the way our streets are designed, that's going to continue creating uncomfortable situations for everyone across the board. Drivers frustrated with cyclists on the road, pedestrians frustrated with scooters on the sidewalk, everyone worried that someone will get hurt. And we're seeing that fear become a reality in real time, in real people's lives. We saw it when a 79-year-old crossing guard was struck by the driver of a truck on the first day of school last year. We saw it on the second day of school this year when a cyclist was hit right out in front of Laura Seacourt High School. And most tragically, we saw it when 16-year-old Aiden Daniels was killed by the driver of an SUV earlier this summer. The drivers in these incidents weren't trying to hit people with their cars. We need to acknowledge a major factor at play. They were all driving on streets that were designed for speed rather than safety. The question facing us tonight is whether we stand idly by, hoping it doesn't happen again, or really take action for change. After decades of preventable frustration and loss on the road, I believe St. Catharines needs and is ready for that change. With the ATMP in front of us, we have the opportunity to turn a new page, to do right by those we've lost and those still living. Council, it's within our reach to say tonight that St. Catharines will be a safe city for all road users. We've spent countless millions of dollars over the decades making streets safe for cars. Generations of taxpayers, many of whom did not drive themselves, contributed to that transformation of our city. Now is the time to level the playing field and make our roads safe for everyone at a fraction of the cost. And we won't be waiting long to see those results. If you've looked at the rapid implementation phase of the ATMP, in just 3 years, we're looking at a connected network of safer streets linking kids to their schools, commuters to their workplaces, and patrons to shops. That's a very quick return on a modest investment. It's also a highly visible transformation that will give people real options. And those are options we need right now. We have big plans to build homes in St. Catharines and welcome thousands of new neighbors to our city. 1 in 5 Ontario adults don't drive, and neither do their children. So this is our chance to show them that they will be safe on St. Catharines streets too. Mayor and Council, this is a very special evening for our city. I believe the opportunity the ATMP presents, the people it will serve, and the lives it will save are all cause for celebration. St. Catharines knows how to move drivers. Now let's show that we can move everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst. Questions? Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Mr. Hurst, I always appreciate you coming to council. I know you're a regular visitor. I always appreciate your passion. So I just want to, again, thank you for yet again showing up and speaking passionately again. My question is to you. I know in this chamber, one of my colleagues is a very passionate cyclist. My question to you is, do you feel that the ATMP does enough for cyclists to, for protected bike lanes? When you look at the vision, do you see as a cyclist that it's a good starting point?
Well, I look at the ATMP and I get really excited for what's possible. And I look at the alternative, which is nothing. And I get very worried, right? I get worried for myself. I get worried about the people that I mentioned at the beginning of my delegation. And I worry about the people who are really considering coming to St. Catharines and making it home and considering the city's not safe for me, it's not built for me, I'm gonna look somewhere else. So I think that we don't know the benefits that the ATMP will bring until we actually dive in and commit to it, and I'm very much looking forward to what that will bring for this city.
Thank you for that, and I look forward to joining you and my colleague at the Glow Riders next ride, whenever that might be.
Anytime. October 11th, yeah.
Councillor Ratzlaff, if you want to just let everybody know when the next Glow Riders is going to be, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Mr. Hurst, if you can keep these to just one example each of an area in the city where you think it's easiest or most enjoyable to travel by foot, bus, or bike, and one area in the city which you'd love to see improved.
Well, I don't think we have enough time tonight.
Well, just one.
An area where I really love cycling, you know what? I love the Grantham Rail Trail so much because that's a multimodal trail that connects one end of the city to the other. It connects multiple neighborhoods right down to shopping, groceries at Walmart, No Frills, but also connects people to their recreation, right? Kids can get to school, people can get to the beach, people can get to parks, and it's very safe. There are a couple places where you have to cross and encounter cars, but that happens. I love that area. One area that I become very fearful of getting there from where I live in The Hague would be Facer Street, for example. That's a street that has no business being 50 kilometers an hour is the speed limit. It's got schools on it, it's got many businesses. And I often feel unsafe sharing those lanes with cars, and I think that that's a great city street that could really be improved with the active transportation master plan. I believe it's slated for some changes on the plan too, so would look forward to seeing that.
Yeah, amazing. And I know Facer Street has some wonderful businesses, and it'd be great if they could have more customers that are walking there, biking, or taking the bus. So thanks. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Mr. Hurst. As a cyclist, maybe not as quite a regular cyclist as another councillor, but someone who's out on the bike quite often. One of the obstacles you face, because you're basically relegated to the edge of the road or driving in the gutter, is that there's oftentimes loose gravel, other obstacles that get in your way, plus you're dealing oftentimes with sewer grates and that kind of thing. To me, this is a question, to me, one of the simplest fixes and least expensive is to do some better street sweeping and routine maintenance. Would you agree that that's something that we need to do a better job at?
I think that coupled with safe infrastructure for cycling would absolutely be something that we need to look at. Absolutely. I'm a regular cyclist, and I know that, winter months and post-winter months when, the salters and sanders have been out, my bike's just a wreck. So in addition to feeling safe and separated from car traffic, I would love to have some cleaner streets as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Are there any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Hurst, for your presentation. I will now call Aaron Sharp to present. Ms. Sharp, the lectern is yours.
I brought handouts as instructed. Does anybody like one? Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you.
It's also up on the, perfect. My name's Erin Sharp. I'm a faculty member at Brock University in the Department of Recreation and Leisure Studies in the Faculty of Applied Health Sciences. And so I just wanted to talk today about a research project I did this summer with a couple of students called the Pedal Pole. It was our first time doing it in Canada. And it's part of a national-wide study. So what's happening across Canada, cities are starting to pay attention to the way that people are getting around. They're counting. They're actually out on the streets counting what goes by, whether it's pedestrians, bicycles, personal vehicles, or oversized vehicles. It's been going on in Canada since 2021 in 14 different cities, up to now 34 cities. Niagara, there hasn't been anywhere that's been counted in Niagara, so we thought it was time to get Niagara in the count. And so normally this runs in June, but we did a practice or a day or a week, a period of counting in August, just so we have some baseline data. You can see on here how it works. You take a screen line shot and just count what goes across the road. We did it on weekdays at these different time periods. We ended up counting for 56 hours. And there's a very convenient app. So all of you, I'd love to recruit you in June. So if this is something you want to do, let me know. We counted, okay, so this is a little bit more information about how it works. You really just see what goes by. And we were at 7 different locations around St. Catharines. So these are the sites that we chose because for a few reasons, they're spread out around the city, and they also have some potential and some plans to do some of the transportation infrastructure being put on them if the ATMP is adopted as proposed. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about what we found in that study. Number one, we found that St. Catharines is a very low cycling city. So the pedal pole, as I mentioned, has been done in other places. It's been across Canada, but I chose the cities that were in Ontario as a frame of reference, where you can really see some comparable data. This is all 2023 data. St. Catharines, you know, it's funny when you do the pedal count, you just get really excited when a bike goes by because so few of them go by. So when we were counting, we're like, yes, another bike. And so on average, across those 7 sites at those 4 different times a day, we saw on average 6 bikes per hour. So that's a 1.1% mode share when we also counted the number of cars that went by. Sometimes 1,000 cars were going by and we would see 6 bikes. So characteristic of low cycling cities, the ridership was mainly young and male. And people were also cycling for transportation and recreation. It was clear that there were people getting around town on bike as their main mode of transportation. And we were also seeing people traveling through the city on, you know, part of the green belt network and other things that are really built for cycle tourism. Also, we started to see the beginnings of some micro-mobility. So we saw more biking happening, and I really think this is important that we recognize as a city that this is really exploding around the world, and Canada included. If you've been in Toronto lately, you would have seen the intense amount of delivery, especially food delivery, Uber Eats, being done by e-bike. It's really, it's a much more affordable way to deliver things and a much more environmentally sustainable way to deliver things. And so we are starting to see this in St. Catharines as well. I think it's only going to expand. And when I think about an active transportation network, I'm also thinking about a network that facilitates travel by e-bike, which relative to a car is a much more affordable and economically sustainable way to get around. Favorite trail, that's also where we saw the highest ridership in St. Catharines. So we did see a 5% mode share there, one weekday afternoon. Here's a picture of the Grantham Trail. You can see how it's separated. And so it really showed to us the importance of thinking about the kind of infrastructure that's provided and how that relates to ridership. There's a lot of work that's been done around the idea of traffic stress and people being able to feel comfortable when they ride around as having a major impact on ridership. And St. Catharines does have bike lanes, but they really fall to a pretty low level of comfort. They're kind of a tier 4 level of rider comfort, and with a separated bike path or cyclotrack being number one in terms of where people can really feel comfortable, people of all ages and of varying abilities can feel comfortable. It was really enjoyable to watch bikes here because you did see people riding of all ages, people riding, young children riding slowly, people with disabilities riding adapted cycles as well. There's definitely questions about whether we build this, will anything happen? Just wanted to point out some research that does show that people will ride infrastructure if it's built. We've seen a lot of ridership increasing in Toronto over the past couple of years as they've really accelerated their cycling infrastructure. So a 56% increase in cycling activity through the Bloor Street Lane pilot project. 44% decrease in all conflicts. Another colleague and I and her PhD students are working on a paper around collisions and ridership, and the collisions in Toronto have remained steady while ridership has increased exponentially. Just want to point out in Waterloo, one of our neighboring municipalities, the increase in cycling that's come tied to the infrastructure that they've really been putting in at an accelerated rate. And so that's everything I want to share today from the pedal poll. And I'm obviously very in favor of the ATMP, and I think it would make a really big difference in all sorts of ways, but especially affordability on a bike is much cheaper than a car, and environmentally it would be great to get some non-carbon-based modes of transportation a little more available to people. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sharp. Questions? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, thank you for your presentation today. I always appreciate when people come in with stats, facts, data. I also appreciate when you highlight the highest ridership trail, which I worked very hard in ensuring it got done in St. George's Ward. My question to you is, is one of the common ideas, which I do hear from residents often, and it is kind of maybe highlighted in the low cycling city, is that if you live in the North End and you attend Brock, it's not a very close bike ride. How do we change the attitudes, in your opinion? Tough question, I know, but it's just kind of, it's changing that public opinion. And if you have advice, I would love to maybe hear.
I do ride to Brock from the north side of town, and a Port Dalhousie resident. This is one area where I think with the acceleration of e-bikes entering the transportation landscape, questions like that become much easier to answer, because I think distance broadens, and then also, you know, when you're thinking about elevation, it becomes less of an issue. So I really think with e-scooters and e-bikes, questions around how to get from the north to the south, it becomes easy. So it just becomes more comfortable when you have a separated infrastructure than, but I think people are adapting.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And it's, we talked about e-scooters last term. I know my colleagues heard me last term speak a lot about them, but it sounds like it's something we could definitely talk to our staff about, whether it's a partnership with an e-bike company or an e-scooter company. But I appreciate you coming today and presenting the stats and the data and the facts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the presenter, thanks for coming. I'm just wondering, how many volunteers did you use for this pedal poll, and like what would be the ideal? Like what would you be aiming for, and how many sites across the city would you like to see next year? Because I think it's great that you've made a start, especially that you were able to get some data before we start implementing the active transportation master plan. But as we move forward, I think it'd be really, really nice to see how we progress, both in increasing ridership, but also helping decrease or at least maintain conflicts.
The plan is to stay with 8, and the plan is to stay. The pedal poll across the country runs on one weekday and one weekend day in June. So to gather all of that, you need, we had 5 volunteers. We would need probably about 20 volunteers to be able to do that in a sustainable way. It gets kind of dull watching traffic go by for a couple hours, so you need more people. But I think it would be great, that's the intent, to continue this so we can see trends, we can see what kind of impact any changes are having, and we can also start to track micromobility as well. That's what's happening across the country, and just see how we're doing relative to other parts of Canada that, yeah, have a, I think, leg up on us right now.
Yeah.
Be good to catch up.
And then just one other question. I know you're a member of Brock University. Brock's one of the biggest employers in our city. I'm just curious how you feel this active transportation master plan and building more a variety of ways to get around the city, how that will impact the community there, Brock.
Brock's another area I'm working on where there's not a lot of ridership, and trying to help students see biking as a real opportunity for them to get around. I think just, again, students, affordability is a big issue with students. And so having an alternative from driving a car costs $10,000 a year to drive. You can ride a bike for much less than that. So to me, an infrastructure that supports the city, also supports students. Also extending into Thorold would be great. That's where students are too. To just help them live a more affordable life.
Yeah, wonderful, thanks.
Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your excellent presentation. Like Councillor Townsend, I appreciate seeing figures and graphs. A few questions. What time of the year did you do this polling?
This was August.
Okay. And do you do polling in winter as well? Or?
Well, the pedal poll is June, so it is trying to capture riding at its most likely time. And so same when we did the pedal poll, we only counted when the weather was fair, so you could really get a chance to see the best chance for cycling. Okay. So we're just going to try to continue on to coordinate with the pedal poll. So right now the plan is next June. Yeah.
Thank you. And when you show that we're so low and as a cycling city, our demographic makeup of cities a factor here that you consider, or do you think is important? Or?
Yeah, I think it's really important because I think there's definitely a relationship between cycling and infrastructure and ridership in terms of who rides. So the more that people feel comfortable, or the more that the infrastructure is in place that meets that criteria for comfortability, the wider band of age and ability you see on the bike. So you can see Victoria's really high ridership, and that's a population of a lot of retired Canadians living there. And I was also there this summer, and they are on their bikes going everywhere. And on e-bikes, they are just, doing everything on bike. And so that's, I think, where infrastructure can also help, is just making biking more feasible for more people of a wider age range.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter. You brought up e-bikes, and we really didn't touch it too much in the ATMP. How do you see that working with people that use pedal bikes and push chairs and people that are walking and different things like that? How do you see that integrating together? I know in a lot of places it's an ongoing sort of process to figure out how it integrates together. I think a lot of these things relate to speed, how fast these different pieces of equipment can move, or how fast people want to move on them. Again, this is sort of more anecdotally, you'll see e-bikes and using ATMP infrastructure pretty regularly, and it's more a matter of managing or sort of setting a speed range. So that way, if e-bikes are going, they have to cap off their speed at whatever the speed range is. But I think the infrastructure, at least what I've seen in Vancouver and Victoria, or in Denmark, the infrastructure is built wide enough to allow people to negotiate one another safely. And I don't have any information on rates of accidents between, people on different kinds of bikes, but I think what we are seeing is people looking to get around in a different way and looking for a way to get around safely and yeah, using e-bikes more as a substitute for a car. So yeah, I think an ATMP infrastructure can support it all if it's planned with it in mind.
Okay, thank you. I know that was a difficult question. It's just that with my experience, like, you know, seeing what I see with e-bikes and cars and people walking and stuff like that, there's a lot of stuff there, and it's almost like if we take them off the street, then they're on the sidewalk, and then it's kind of like you're putting a car on the side. So there's a lot of thought process I think we still need to have on that. But thank you for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the presenter, Ms. Sharp, sorry. I guess the lowest ridership statistics, some of us would see that as an embarrassment, but there'll be other people who may take that statistic and say this, you know, shows that there's not that many bikes on the road, therefore maybe we shouldn't do this investment. What would you say to those folks? It's a difficult question, I know, but it's a question as a politician that we face.
I think I would say a couple things. One, I think there's a vision you want to have for your city of being, you know, a city for the future with, you know, ways that people can get around that are low carbon, high health. Bicycles and e-bikes help with that. I also think we have other examples of cities where ridership has been this low in the past, and it has grown through supports that have been put in place for it. So it's kind of and I think this came up when it was presented. It's a desire or a need that people don't yet know they want until they get the opportunity to try it safely. And then I think part of what we would want to see for the city is that opportunity.
Yeah. I did live downtown at one time, and maybe in those days there wasn't as many big trucks on the road, and the traffic volume wasn't what it is today. And I would regularly drive right into the north end into Port Dalhousie. Now we live in the north end, and I am really reticent in terms of comfortability or perception of safety or just reality of what it is to cross the Queen Elizabeth. It creates a real barrier at whether it's Ontario Street, Lake Street, Geneva, Niagara, and so on. And one of the proposals in the plan is to have a dedicated pedestrian crossing, which to me would be very exciting following the old NS&T line. But that might not be something that we can afford to do, or might not get help from the province on, based on the direction that the government seems to be going in regard to bicycle lanes recently. What do you suggest that we do to make those crossings so that people will be willing to get on their bikes and embark that journey across the highway?
Well, I'm not a transportation expert, but I think that there's a lot of affordable ways to implement a plan through just things like concrete barriers, you know, even pylons, just to set aside the space for cyclists to travel where they know they're going to have some distance from vehicles. And I think that could be put on, you know, any of our crossings, because right now we have nothing except a sidewalk in some, and a sort of a bike shoulder with, you know, just a 6-inch piece of paint separating. So I think even just a little bit of room being made, and in certain areas, I think what you'll see, because you see this elsewhere, is cyclists then find themselves to those places. You know, you can. There's tools that help with this, like Strava's a great app because it shows bikers where the safe places are to ride. So they do try to figure out where the safe places are. And so if even, you know, one crossing is in place, cyclists will find it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Williamson. I would just, as a reminder to council, I'm going to tell you something that shocks you. But there are actually people at home watching us right now on YouTube. I'm amazed as well that anybody watches council. I'm going to remind you, please talk directly into the microphones. A couple of speakers have not done that, and it's been very hard to hear at home. But there are, amazingly, people watching us, and I want to make sure they can hear us. Hi, Alicia. All right, so we'll move on. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You indicated that you cycle to Brock, but when you do, you hit two very difficult areas. One is Old Glen Ridge, and the other is going up the Brock Hill, which is much more dangerous than coming down the Brock Hill. And Old Glen Ridge, one time the proposal was that you bypass Old Glen Ridge and go down South Drive. Was that viable?
Drive. It's one of the few places where you actually see a sign for cyclists that says, you know, bike route. So South Drive, and then you do hit, I mean, one of the challenges of riding around town is you hit lots of little pinch areas. So coming out of South Drive and heading up the hill, there's a little pinch areas as you cross over the bridge. And then getting up the escarpment, for me, at the speed that I cycle, I can't ride on the road and feel like I could do it without putting my life on the line, so I will go on the sidewalk. It's the only place that I feel safe, even though it is legal, right? It's against the law.
Okay, I didn't hear that. Thank you.
I do also go up Hydro Hill as another option. Yeah.
Councillor Kushner was going to give you the out of you walk your bike on the sidewalk up the hill, correct?
I do also walk my bike.
Excellent, wonderful. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. In this pedal poll, are there any other cities of comparable to St. Catharines that we could see? Because I don't really think it's fair to compare us to London, Toronto, and Ottawa population-wise. So I get that we probably are low compared, but I'd like to see if there was a comparable city size, because like, we can't compare to Ottawa and Toronto and stuff. That just, to me, that's not realistic. So.
Okay.
Is there any other on that website? Is there a website or anything that they have other stuff?
There's, you can download the data. Kitchener is another one that I didn't include in here. Some of the, because it's a study that is, like some of the data isn't complete, so Kitchener had too many gaps, so I didn't want to include it in here because it didn't seem like it would be all that reliable. Peterborough is, that's in here.
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah,
Okay.
But,
Yeah, I'd just like to see some more maybe our size. So, yeah. Other than that, that's great. You did a great job. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor Stevens. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Ms. Sharp, for your presentation. At this time, I will now call Rachel Braithwaite to present. Ms. Braithwaite, the lectern is yours.
Thank you, and thank you, everybody. So thank you, Councillor Townsend, for the tip. I very quickly Googled on my phone some stats that I like to think everybody knows, but just in case you don't, a 2012 study on bike lanes found that local businesses saw an increase of 49% in retail sales from the construction of bike lanes. Homes around bike trails sell for 11% more. Bike lanes bring 24% more in retail spend than those without bike lanes. So just a few stats to show that bike lanes really do have some benefits. But I digress. Going back to what I actually wrote. On behalf of the St. Catharines Downtown Association, I'm here to share our full support for the Active Transportation Master Plan. This initiative is an essential step toward creating a more sustainable, accessible, and vibrant downtown community and city as a whole, but I'm slightly biased for the downtown. Our association, through its Cycling, Pedestrian, and Transit Working Group and our Streetscape and Sustainability Committee, both groups not formed just because I wanted to form them and make more work for myself, but because there was a demand for them, have been actively involved in promoting and supporting active transportation in various ways, some of which include, in 2023, we secured a sponsorship from CAA for bike valet equipment, enabling us to offer bike valet services for all of our downtown closures. This was very well received. Furthermore, our downtown was the first business area in Niagara to be certified as a bike-friendly business area by Ontario by Bike on June 1st, 2023, demonstrating our commitment to supporting cyclists. As part of this, St. Catharines Central Library contributed by purchasing 4 bike repair kits available for public use. In collaboration with the city, we hosted a public consultation bike tour through the Downtown Block Party last year to gather community input on the current and future infrastructure, including the Active Transportation Master Plan. We have also organized bike-friendly events such as Go Green bike rides along the 12 Mile Creek Trail that have been very well received. We are very grateful to city staff who have provided their support and input to help us achieve these accomplishments. Our cycling, pedestrian, and transit working group has advocated for various improvements to support active transportation, including reduced speed limits downtown to 30 kilometers an hour, although we're very grateful the 40 km is downtown and we love those signs. The improved connectivity with 12 Mile Creek, and would love an installation of a crossing on Maguire Street, as many people do use the trails rather than our streets to access our downtown. We are advocating for secure bike lockup facilities near the downtown bus terminal. One piece of feedback we often receive is people don't bike downtown because there's nowhere to secure their bikes safely. Collaboration with local bike rental and not-for-profit organizations to tap those transit and tourism opportunities for cycling. Improvements to accessibility via transit to the Marilyn Iwalker School of Fine and Performing Arts, as currently there is no accessible bus stop to the Marilyn Iwalker. We push for safety improvements to the downtown bus terminal and enhance signage to downtown on pedestrian and cycling routes within the city. We appreciate continuing to be included in feedback regarding transportation, as with no parking requirements, as I'm sure you're well aware, for new developments in the downtown. Our members are thus dependent upon active transportation improvements in order to fill these units, in order to visit our businesses and support the local economy. So again, I am very much in support, along with our members, the active transportation master plan, and I'm very grateful for the work the city has done on this.
Thank you, Ms. Braithwaite. Are there any questions for the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Before we move on to the next one, just because it was mentioned, Councillor Stevens had asked a question about statistics for similarly sized municipalities, and just floating around on the Pedal Poll website and some of their data. Kingston, which is a similarly sized municipality, in 2021 had 5 times the number of bikes per hour on weekdays and 6 times the number of bikes per hour in 2022, which was the data I could find. Kelowna, which is similarly sized, in 2023 had 18 times more bikes per hour than St. Catharines. And Peterborough in 2023, which is not a similarly sized municipality, they're actually quite a bit smaller than us, but they had more than double weekday. So some similarly sized municipalities, and one which is significantly smaller than us. At this time, I will call on Kevin Corticas to present. And the lectern is yours.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a resident of St. Catharines. I've lived here for near on 24 years now. I'm a passionate advocate for cycling, and I firmly believe that council should support the adoption of the Active Transportation Master Plan as it's currently presented. Creating a network of protected infrastructure throughout the city will enhance the safety and well-being of all the residents who walk, run, or roll through town, whether that's battery-assisted or pedal power. By adopting the ATMP, St. Catharines has an opportunity to become a leader and set the benchmark for the entire region. It'll also provide some intangible gains, including improved public safety and a more active and thus healthier community, which will only benefit the entire community. Speaking to specifics of the plan, the portion that talks about the rapid implementation solution, that would result in an immediate tangible enhancement to safety for residents who rely on non-motorized transportation. And using the values, the maximum values presented in the report, specifically page 84, the rapid implementation benefits would result in only a 2% increase, roughly $300,000 to the active transportation line item in the capital budget, bringing it from 1.3 to about 1.6 million, which honestly is peanuts when you think of the benefits that it'll add to the city. And as a taxpayer, I'm more than happy to have my dollars spent in that way. Just because I enjoy active transportation does not make my voice less important than somebody who likes to drive a vehicle. Longer term, the integration of the ATMP into the road rehabilitation projects, it honestly only adds a small incremental cost to those redevelopment projects, and provides all the benefits from the rapid implementation plan. St. Catharines, we stand on the brink of becoming a model for active transportation in Ontario, and I think it's imperative that we embrace this opportunity with boldness, vision, and most importantly, funding. We need to pay for it. By doing so, we can make St. Catharines a more vibrant and sustainable community. And that's my piece. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Do we have any questions? Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the presenter. I just want to ask the same question I asked Mr. Hurst. What, if you could, pick one area in the city that you find most enjoyable to take the bus, walk, or bike, and one area where you think, oh, this could really use some improvements because you don't feel safe and maybe your kids don't feel safe using that spot.
So on the pro side, I think there's actually two areas. I love the Canal Trail. It's got great asphalt, slow traffic stays right, fast traffic on the left. It's beautiful. I also like pedaling up Brock Hill. I work up there. I don't know, maybe I like... That's one. You got to get those quads pumping.
So I walked around the road.
I pedal up it. And speaking to, I think, Councillor Williamson's comment regarding, Councillor Dodge's comment regarding battery assist vehicles on traffic, they're still beholden to the rules of the road. And they can't, it's not like it's Mad Max when they're on the field. But for intersections that I dislike, crossing any busy intersection where it has a bike lane leading up to it, and then the bike lane just poofs and disappears on the other side, any of those intersections in town are the worst.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Seeing no more questions, thank you, sir, for your presentation. I will now call on Pamela Dung-Au to present. Ms. Dung-Au, the lectern is yours.
That's better. What do I press to change the slide? Is it this button? Just this one right here. Just that one? Okay. So hi, my name is Pam, and I'm here today in support of the ATMP. There's a lot of reasons why giving people more options on how to get around the city on a day-to-day basis is good. It's beneficial for the environment, and it makes our streets safer for people who can't drive or don't have access to a car. Right now, I want to focus on how implementing a robust and connected active transportation system in St. Catharines addresses the housing transportation affordability paradox. So what is it? We all know that there's an affordability and cost of living crisis. We're constantly talking about how expensive housing is and how our grocery bill is getting more and more expensive every year. In fact, Statistics Canada found that Canadians spend the most money on three things: shelter, food, and transportation. It accounts for 1/3 of Canadian household expenses. That's about 15% of the income for the average Canadian. So when we're talking about affordability, it isn't just about providing more opportunities for more people to have attainable housing or being able to access healthy and affordable fresh produce. It's also about reducing our reliance on something as expensive as a car to get us around from point A to point B. So the Institute of Research for Public Policy found that because of rising housing costs in large urban cores, which are often more walkable or have public transit, it's pushing Canadians to move to more auto-dependent places. Basically, they'll find somewhere cheaper to live, maybe have less of a mortgage, because they think they're being financially responsible, but whatever money they think they're able to save is offset by the amount of money they'll have to start spending to own a car. I was raised in Midtown Toronto and grew up without the urgent need to drive. I don't have my license. I'm lucky that when walking, biking, or public transit are not feasible options for me, I can rely on my partner to drive me around. Eventually, I will be acquiring my license because I've learned that the safest and easiest way to get around the city is with a car. I'm young, able-bodied, and having both the time and the financial means to do so, I'm afforded this choice. This is not the same case for many non-driving residents of the city. And with the rising cost of housing in larger cities becoming more and more expensive to live in, it's also not the case for future residents of the city as our population rises. Cars aren't cheap. They're expensive. We all know this. This graph is taken from a report prepared by RateHub, an online Canadian financial comparison platform. Based on data from Statistics Canada and AutoTrader, RateHub reported that in 2024, the cost of car ownership, which takes into account gas, parking, insurance, maintenance, interest rate, and depreciation, now totals an average of $1,387 a month. This amounts to $16,644 a year. That's a lot of money. Imagine being able to pocket a fraction of that or all of that for extra cash when you're living paycheck to paycheck, have existing student debt, or rely on government assistance to make ends meet. Due to the lack of reliable, safe, and affordable transportation options, the IRPP found that more and more Canadians face transport poverty. They're more vulnerable to social exclusion and experience limited access to work opportunities and essential services such as healthcare and education. These are seniors, children, college and university students, people with a disability, single-parent households, newcomers, and migrant workers, low-income families, and individuals who deserve an affordable and safe way to get around on a day-to-day basis, to have independence, and are worthy of a vibrant and rich quality of life. This is Van Sickle Road during my commute to work in the morning. It's pretty wide. And also the speed limit is 50 kilometers. This is Lake Street, a route my partner and I use to get to the closest grocery stores from Midtown St. Catharines or to enjoy Port Dalhousie. Neither looks safe enough to use or move around without a car. Living in St. Catharines shouldn't come with an additional financial requirement that one must drive and own a car when the cost of shelter and food continue to rise year after year. One of the key and most exciting things that the ATMP addresses is this line. The city of St. Catharines will become a more livable, equitable, accessible, and sustainable city for all residents by rapidly embracing investment in active transportation. What does that look like? Perhaps less of this, and more of this, 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 and also this. Active transportation is affordable. It's for everyone. And lastly, it is the future. So I urge council to support this plan and start centering equity-deserving groups in planning transportation, because a more inclusive transportation infrastructure means that both driving and non-driving residents are able to thrive safely, accessibly, and more sustainably in the city. It's the city's chance to, pun intended, shift gears and become a model city that serves all its residents today and in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Dungao. I appreciate a good pun, especially to close, so well done. Are there any questions for the presenter? Councilor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through you to the presenter. Thanks for the presentation. I think the equity focus and the equity lens is so important. We have heard from some cyclists today, and I myself am a cyclist, but I think that what's most excites me about this plan too is that it will give users who use e-bikes or e-scooters or accessibility devices a safer way to get to and from work, and that's something that the plan speaks directly to multiple times. I want to ask you, though, similar to Jeff Hurst's question, but where in the city are we already, like you give some examples of where we're doing poorly. Lake Street is horrendous. I've been yelled at multiple times as I biked and used that intersection with my kids. It's as if I shouldn't be there, right? And I don't think I should feel that way with when I'm taking my kids anywhere in our city. I have every right to be there. Yeah. But I'm wondering where are we doing that well? Like what part of the city should we aim to emulate through this active transportation master plan and into the future?
I mean, a lot of people have already said really amazing places, but I think what I'm going to say is I really like biking in the Queen Street on the way downtown, and mostly that's because the cars are slow. There's a lot of traffic calming things put in place there, like a boulevard that is wide enough that separates myself and the pedestrian, and also the streets are much more narrower, so cars aren't speeding through you. And I always feel like I'm visible enough for them, because there's also a lot of things there that it's not like this wide road where, you know, I'm just like a tiny person on my bike, you know, so, yeah.
No, that makes total sense. Thanks. Thank you for your presentation.
No problem.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, thank you so much for your presentation. And at this time, I will now call on Hudson Christie to present. Mr. Christie, the lectern is yours.
How's this? Is this good audio? Up? Where is the lift?
It is the coolest feature of the entire room, I'm not going to lie.
It's good noise. Is this good?
Perfect.
All right, awesome. Let's see. Do I have, can I see my comments or my notes? No, I don't see them here. I have them printed. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, that's all right. That's okay. I thought it did. I forgot. All right. Anyway, I'm Hudson Christie, and I'm here to voice my support for the ATMP. And where's my clicker? Is this the one? There we go. So, it's free. You could use it if you want. So this new plan will be warmly welcomed by all of us who use active transportation, of course, but its benefits extend to everyone, including drivers. And I want to preface this by saying I drive a car, obviously. I don't really have a choice. But I understand concerns about bike lanes taking space from cars and how, like, oh, if there's taking up the space, it's going to create traffic. I made Toronto my home for several years, so I can say with confidence that I've seen some of the worst traffic that there is. So I get it. And I just want to, in my presentation, to kind of hopefully assuage some of these doubts about these and show that some of these anxieties about road space are unwarranted. So to start, actually, aside from bike lanes, the big frequently overlooked problem with our roads is that so many of them are way too wide. Why is this a problem? Well, studies demonstrate that wider roads mean faster driving. And that's not good if your goal is to prevent accidents. Speed limits are often rated to like 15 kilometers per hour below what actually feels like a safe driving speed for a lot of users. So while it would be nice if everyone just obeyed the speed limit, the width of roads do significantly more to influence people's driving behavior than a number on a sign. So if speed limits don't work, what are we doing as a city and a region to prevent speeding? If a majority of our drivers are regularly driving over the limit, and I know that that's everyone here, rule breaking becomes a norm, and it's not an anomaly. It's not something to be corrected. At a certain point, we can't just lay the blame just at individuals for something that's a structural problem. Uh-oh, did I do something? Uh-oh, flying through this here. It's like automatically playing. Okay, I think I saved it. So the only thing that really consistently changes the behavior of drivers is traffic calming. So in other words, designing the road coherently to actually encourage the desired car speed. And this is where bike lanes are really handy. The fact that bike lanes take up room that was previously used by cars or as buffer for cars is not a problem at all. It's actually a feature. By narrowing the space for cars, and we do have the room to narrow the space, A network of bike lanes will have a calming effect on driving speeds. And a study in New Jersey demonstrated that bike lanes introduced in an intersection were associated with a 28% reduction in average maximum speeds, which would help with the speeding problem. This is something to celebrate, right? So not only can we make a huge improvement to our speeding problem, we are also making this great equitable transportation option, right? But there may be a sinister little speed demon on your shoulder whispering in your ear. If drivers slow down, you're going to be late for work. If you had this thought, I'm going to choose to be charitable and not tell you to go immediately to jail for being pro-speeding. But on a serious note, an Australian study in Melbourne showed that when bike lanes were introduced, there was only a 7% increase in car travel time, in the worst case. So applying that to our city, that would be like going from DeQ Falls to Port Weller, which is, at the worst possible conditions, could be 20 to 35 minutes, according to Google Maps. That's actually adding just like an extra 2.5 minutes. So that's in the worst case. I think that that's worth it for all the benefits that have been mentioned before. Part of this is that bikes are just really good at moving large amounts of people. A two-way bike lane allows for 10 times the number of travelers per hour than a lane of traffic. This reduces dangers for pedestrians, cyclists, everyone. And as mentioned before, people say like, oh, well, it's a car city. I don't see any people on bikes. People prefer to drive. But the reason that we don't see that is because it's scary to drive right now. And we've seen in cities, it's been mentioned that as you improve the conditions of the driving or of the cycling infrastructure, that people start to bike more. So I urge all of you to choose the well-being of our residents of today and the future and approve this master plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christie. Do we have any questions for the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And I will say, so it was flagged for me, I did actually break my own rule. You're not allowed to clap in council chambers. The deputy mayor may have pointed that out to me, so I apologize for that. But I will just say that was the single greatest slide that has ever been presented in my 14 years on council. And I applaud you, Mr. Christie, because I will never look at the city's corporate logo again without seeing a little dude on a bike. So thank you for that. Can I get a councilor to move the motion to receive the delegations? Councilor Townsend, Councilor Lindell. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And so now we move on to the main report. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation? Councilor McPherson and Councilor Phillips. The recommendation in the report is that council approve the active transportation master plan draft final report attached as Appendix 1. At this time, any speakers to the motion? Councilor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep it quick. I just want to applaud staff for the master plan, the active transportation master plan. Bringing it back to council. I know we talked about it last term, but it's awesome to see it come into full fruition. So just again, thank you to staff for all the work they put into it. Looking forward to it develop over the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Townsend. Councilor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't here for the rescheduled July meeting when this was approved. The overall plan was approved. But I got to start by telling a little story about the Grantham Rail Trail.
I am just going to jump in for you. We have not actually approved anything. Tonight is the approval.
Oh, okay.
That was the introduction.
I wasn't here for that presentation then. Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Mayor. The Grantham Rail Trail, I was a student at Scott Lee School and walked along when it was actually an active rail spur, and there was freight trains going on, and some of my classmates may or may not have jumped on the trains as they went by, and then it became a nice gravel and stone dust trail, which I used quite regularly. And I'm sure if we did a comparison before it was paved and after it was paved, that would be some interesting statistics, but it is a great trail. Active transportation promotes human-powered mobility, such as bicycling or walking. Everyone that's here in this room knows that, I'm sure. It's a progressive policy, which I support. And as I already mentioned, I'm a regular cyclist and walker. So I have up close and personal understanding of the constraints and dangers of getting around this town on foot and on two wheels. I certainly appreciate the environmental benefits of directly replacing motor vehicle miles traveled, since these alternative modes effectively reduce vehicle emissions, improve air quality, and reduce fossil fuel use. I am also a proponent of the concept of complete street design, which I believe is implicit in this, and believe that finding thoughtful ways of sharing the space we have that's already in existence, the hard surface, is the most effective route to take. Apparently the Premier doesn't agree with that, but so be it. We mustn't lose sight of the single biggest overall challenge we face, which is climate change and loss of biodiversity. And every decision that we make must consider environmental sustainability, I've said repeatedly over the years. This council passed the Climate Change Emergency Declaration a number of years back, and our actions need to heed that decision, and this is one that can if it's implemented properly. Like most North American cities, we already have a lot of wide roads, as been mentioned tonight, that covers a huge amount of our urban area. A huge proportion of our land is taken up by asphalt, and this is a big part of the reason we are deficient in terms of our tree cover or forest canopy. Simply continuing to add more pavement is not a solution or going to improve our quality of life. So we must carefully assess and prioritize which actions we take that will be most useful in improving both the connectivity we need to achieve the goals of the Active Transportation Master Plan, at the same time weighing environmental sustainability factors and financial feasibility, because there is dollar signs attached to this. I think I'm going to skip these examples, negative examples, particularly after the second last presenter with the great photographs that she shared with us. And as I mentioned in the question to Mr. Hurst, to me, the simplest and cheapest way, the first thing that we have to do is improve maintenance on our roads. If you're cycling on the edge of a street and you're facing obstacles, it can be very dangerous. So we have to up our game in terms of street sweeping. And I noticed we have a runner here, a somewhat famous runner in the audience, and I'm sure that he is interested in some of this discussion, and I'm sure that he enjoyed running on some of the off-road trails that we have in the city. Speaking of the off-road ones, the stone dust trails, which I think are quite useful for maybe not perfect for everybody, but it's an affordable and environmentally friendly way to provide access into a lot of places and through green spaces. I think we need to do a better job of maintaining those. If you come to a corner and all of a sudden you've got loose gravel after you've been traveling on a hard-packed surface, it can be very dangerous. So I think that has got to be a priority in terms of our maintenance. A couple other points. We need to invest in the infrastructure of bike storage and safe lockup facilities. A lot of people are reticent to take their bikes to Fairview Mall or to any place and leave their bike, even if it's locked up, because their danger is of it getting stolen. So we need secure places, both on public lands and on private properties. Yeah, there's lots of challenges, but I think in the long run, this investment will pay off, and it's going to be a positive thing. In terms of Councilor Garcia and I, the most frequent calls that we get in the last few years have been about Lakeshore Road West, and this is after it was paved, and there was no bike infrastructure, and it's a regional road, no bike infrastructure installed. Cars go very fast, exceeding the speed limit, and it's really a natural cycle route to connect from Port Dalhousie out to Lincoln. So, there's people who are very concerned about the speeds, and of course, it's not creating a safe environment for cyclists, and they're begging for enforcement and for some traffic calming measures. So, I'll mention that again in a public forum, because it is probably the most common complaints that we get. And then we do see the Historic Welland Canals Task Force report that's also furthering the agenda, that's got some really great recommendations about the off-road trails that we have in our old canal valleys and along linear sections of our canal remnants. And there's some costs associated with those. I know that in the near term, there's nothing been allocated specifically to that, but I do think it does fit into the active master transportation plan overall, and I hope to see that some of this money will be dedicated to the improvements on those trails as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Williamson. Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think one thing I would just like to clarify, if I may, for the people who maybe not understand. We're not doing this tomorrow. We don't have millions of dollars. So this is a plan that's going to be, the next 10, 15, 20 years. As we upgrade roads, we will make them more accessible that way. So because I know I'm going to get phone calls and people are going, where the heck are you guys getting all this money from? So I just wanted to throw that out there. And I think it is a very good idea that we connect all these trails and do make it safer. I mean, as a kid, we rode our bikes around. Even then, we had to really watch. And along with Councilor Williamson, we did that trail going to school. I remember that very much. So I think it's a really good idea. And Facer Street, I think will be one of those first ones maybe, because that's supposedly coming up within a couple of years, I think, the whole redevelopment, if I'm not mistaken. It's been changed. Maybe get an answer on that, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council, yes, Facer Street is one of those streets that are identified for reconstruction in the upcoming years.
There you go, and that would be a great idea to have these new lanes put in there down on Facer Street to link everything. So.
Appreciate the parochial request for additional services in your ward. Thank you, Councilor Stevens. Councilor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to thank staff for this report, and it certainly covers so many things, and it's something that I think is exciting that we are once again leading the way in the region and when it comes to creating a plan like this. I will say, as someone who doesn't drive and walks, takes transit, bikes a little bit, I am not as prolific as my ward mate when it comes to cycling. But I will say that cycling terrifies me in this city. I spent last week in Ottawa, and I rode bikes, and I rode e-scooters, and I walked around, and I felt very safe and secure because their biking and cycling and walking infrastructure is well done and something I think that we can aspire to. And I think the other thing I want to just say about the plan is it will make it better for those folks who are driving cars, because as when I am in a car with my partner, there is this, these moments where you're coming to these pinch points that have been pointed out by many of the delegates, and you don't know where that bike is going to go, and you have this fear of, is this going to be a moment where you're going to get into an accident or you're going to hit someone? So I'm excited by it, and I hope all of council can support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McPherson. Councilor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, this is going to go through without any problem at all. I haven't heard a negative thought go through yet, and I agree with that. For the safety of of the people who don't drive, for the health of the people that don't drive, and for the environment, there's 3 reasons right there that we have to support this. Plus, we have a lot of new developments in the city that are going to be going up soon, we hope. Our policy indicates that we are supposed to have 1.25 parking spaces per unit. I haven't seen that in a long time, and most of the site plans have given parking spaces less than 1. So those people, those big buildings that are going to be going up, the people are living in them, many of them will not have cars, and they're going to need ways of getting to and from grocery stores, work, wherever. So there's another reason we need to pass this. As Councillor Stevens said, this is not going to happen yesterday. It's going to take a long time to implement this, but we have to get going on it as soon as we can, and our transportation department have a lot of work to do because they have to have a plan set out that we'd like to see over a period of 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, so that we can see where this is going to go and when we're going to get there. But again, I think our staff have done a great job in preparing this, and look forward to seeing it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also wanted to thank staff for, pardon me, an excellent plan, and they looked at many alternatives, and we also heard from a number of great presenters. I really appreciated the presentations we got. Just touching on what Councillor Stevens started and Councillor Phillips followed up on, as chair of the Budget Committee, I'd just like to clarify for anybody watching and for council that, again, this is going to take a while, but we do have some funding in the budgets already that the mayor will hopefully reapprove again for 25 and 26, which are approximately $1.3 million in each year to get things going, and that should get us going in the plan in terms of the initial projects. And then, of course, we're not tonight approving any of the further funding because staff has to yet come back with specific projects for the capital budget that they will recommend regarding some of the other improvements, which, as we said, will take several years and involve a number of different phases. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to also thank city staff because they took a lot of time to teach us about the master plan and to give us information that would help us make these decisions. Everyone took time off of their busy day, stayed late. It was fantastic, and I appreciate all that work. Director Martuccio said we were leaders in bringing forward this active master transportation plan, and I think we should be leaders because our city's slogan is where you go to work and play, and this will allow people to play safer. It will allow people to get to play safer, to do more play, rolling, walking, cycling, whatever it is that they're going to do, and I think this is a fantastic plan. I have a mom who cycles. She's 83 years old. She goes everywhere on her bike, and I would like her to come home while she's cycling, and I think this is a great plan to help her do that. I also want to thank our presenter for giving the Lock 3 shout out and the Welland Canal paths. They're fantastic, and I want to thank Councillor Stevens for being the only other councillor outside of Meriton who's parochial. We're going to turn you into a Meritonian yet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lindell. Councillor Miller.
Oh man, if you think those are the only parochial ones, you got some learning to do on this council. But no, I wanted to say that I really appreciate the presentations. They were amazing, and I thought that those stats, while they were not exactly uplifting, were a great call to action about what we're trying to do. And I think, our dependence on cars in the city has been a choice for, almost 100 years now. And I'm excited to see us make this different choice. And it was sort of touched on a bit, but it's just going to open up so much for us in terms of housing units. It's going to save us tens of millions of dollars over the next few decades in terms of the cost of upkeep for active transportation versus roads. And I think, I'm already dreaming of all the reclaimed parking spots and what we can do with those in terms of housing and social housing and recreation in the city. So very excited to see it. And thank you to staff and to all the presentations and to all the people who wrote in about this as well, because that was important to see. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I too give congratulations out to staff and everyone that brought this forward and to the presenters today, as well as your staff. Yourself, I've had lots of conversations with people because I'm not quite I'm supportive of this, but I do have some concerns that I think need to be addressed. And, talking with staff and meeting with staff, there's some things that were brought to my attention that I can't really support. And one of them was the fact that, before we go on, I guess I should quantify when I said about e-bikes and whatnot, I was referring more to scooters and the boom boom whatever they are, where now I find that they're competing with traffic. They don't know whether they're supposed to be on the sidewalk, in the bike lane, on the road, where they are. So that's what I was referring to, not necessarily the e-bikes. I wasn't thinking about bikes that got pedaled, so I just want to clarify that from my thoughts there. So in working with staff, one of the things that was brought to my attention was about the fact that in this plan that the road clearing and stuff in wintertime, winter maintenance would take precedence over our streets and whatnot. And I have a problem with that because when we have snow events in this city, we have many people, and I'm sure that there isn't a person around this table that doesn't have people calling them and saying they can't get out of their secondary roads, they can't get to their doctor's appointments, they can't get to their physio, their, for cancer treatment, for kidney treatment, those types of things. I can't prioritize a bike path over people that need that to get out to whatever appointments they might need to get to and to work and stuff like that. So I've working with staff, there's a couple of things that I'd like to ask, but I'll wait until I'm finished. And then the fact that during all of this, when speaking with staff, there's no real coordination between the region and the city. And again, it's when we're talking about these bottlenecks and places that we go and road reconstruction that isn't taking into account. And I think that we need to really be working closely with them so that when we're doing things to improve our cities, they're doing things to help us do that. And I know that we've spoke about that, and you said that you would be willing to do something like that. I think that's an important component to this, because I think that talks about how we have bike lanes going nowhere, or stuff stopping, because there isn't a plan that coincides together on that. And then what was my other point? And I'm hoping that this is a working document. I think that there's lots of great things in it, but I think that it's also, I said a roadmap to support bike lanes and whatnot, and Mr. Martuccio said about that in the beginning. And I think it's a base plan that we need to have and move forward with, and make this a good thing for everyone. And my last one, sorry. I'm just going back and forth between my two things here. So I guess these are the things that I would like to ask, and the staff bring all new capital and operating budget requests related to the implementation and operation of active transportation facilities to council through the budget reconfirmation process, that the implementation of new active transportation facilities do not result in reduced maintenance levels of service for city streets, sidewalks, and pathways, and that staff continue to engage with residents and businesses when developing new active transportation route designs. So those are three things, and then as well with the region.
So I can say on the budgetary pieces, all of that is going to have to happen. Any active transportation projects, and I had mentioned this to the budget chair previously, my expectation is that whenever these capital reconstruction projects come forward that include active transportation measures, that those are flagged for us and we understand what those projects are. On the regional piece, Councillor, I appreciate you raising it. I was going to mention it in my closing comments, but just it's my intention, if this passes this evening, to present a notice of motion this evening with respect to a motion which would formally request the region implement a complementary plan on all regional roads. And I mean, to your point and to Councillor Williamson's point about Lakeshore, I think we've all heard the complaints about Lakeshore and the frustration with the fact that it was reconstructed without, frankly, proper bike infrastructure. It was reconstructed with paint, and paint is not infrastructure. So I can speak to both of those points quite easily. Okay?
Okay, and then I guess my last point too would be that when we implement this, I hope that we use a common sense approach with it. And as we go through each development stage, we look at the whole picture to see what suits best for everyone. And we don't just go into it and say, well, you know what, this is what's in the plan and this is what we're doing, because it doesn't always make sense. Thank you, those are my comments.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. This is my second time, but I missed one question previous, and it was for staff. I know the MTO in January did approve e-bikes and e-scooters on street, and I know we were talking about it last term as a council. I'm just wondering if staff have had any conversations about potential partnerships for an e-bike or e-scooter company for the city to partner with, if that's happened at all.
I'll look to maybe Mr. Martuccio, but I will say I can't believe I let you sneak in with a second comment there.
I'm going to pass that question off to Manager Brian Appleby here.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so back in, I think it was about 2019, there was a working group that was put together between ourselves, the region, Thorold, and we were hoping to include Brock as well. And the purpose of that was to start to lay out a framework for the development of an e-scooter program, determine how that would be managed and how we would move forward, because we wanted to do it as a group, because if it's going to be on one street, it needs to be on all the streets, and we thought Brock would be a very obvious partner as well. Unfortunately, the pandemic hit and that work got put on hold. It hasn't restarted. However, this active transportation master plan provides direction to staff to start working again on a micromobility strategy. And so that would further the discussions and start those up again with the region and other partners with us as the lead. We would be looking to do that. So absolutely, it's on our radar. We need to get back to it. As you noted, the ministry has extended the pilot. It's an opt-in type of scenario. So the city, the region, and others would have to bylaw them to be allowed on our streets and pathways. So that's something that the ministry leaves up to us to manage on our own, but we do want to have a partnership with others to make that a sustainable and a connected network, just similar to what the ATMP would provide. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, most of my talking points here have been taken by my fellow councillors and the presenters, which I think is great. You know, giving people the freedom to choose how they move around our city is so important, especially for our kids. And we've talked about this as well. When I was growing up, I turned 16 and I got a job so I could purchase a car so I could drive to my job. That was the reality when I look back on what I decided to do as a kid. But, you know, providing people those options to drive around our city or to move around our city that don't require a car means that you don't have to buy that second vehicle. You don't have to buy that third vehicle when your kid turns 16. That's the affordability piece, right? I hope that, you know, when I turn, how old is your mom? How old's Pat, who's biking around? 83? 82. Whew. Yeah, she's gonna text me in a second as well, I'm sure. I hope when I'm 82, you know, I can feel confident and comfortable biking with my kids to school. I know that when I started biking to school, I was a menace on the road, and it was partly my fault, but also partly because there was no spot for me. We haven't invested in active transportation over the last 7 years. We haven't invested much in active transportation. What we have invested, like the Grantham Rail Trail, is money that came from the federal government, but it was done piecemeal, which, you know, is not the best way to do it. But I think when we invest in this strategic plan, that brings all those little pieces together, and those investments become, like the value of those investments just duplicate. Right, they become more valuable because they become part of an interconnected system that stretches across our city. The other piece that I think is, and I always want to mention, is transit. I'm a transit commissioner, and I love the bus. And I think that as we welcome more and more residents into our community, transit's going to have to become more. It will become more and more important, just as active transportation will. And it becomes more appealing to take the bus when you can get off the bus and feel secure that you're going to be able to walk or bike to the destination that you need to go. Right? You can't take your car with you when you get on the bus. When you get off of it, you either have your bike, your scooter, or the 2 pairs of shoes that you got on the bus with, hopefully. So yeah, that most of my comments were already taken. I think is great, and it's really encouraging to me to hear the support around this horseshoe for this plan. It's encouraging to hear the presenters' support for this plan and the community that's here in the gallery supporting it. This is particularly, it is hard to make changes like this in any community. When those changes become, especially when those changes become visible on our street, we are going to hear from residents, and I think that to make it viable, to make it something that we can do, to make it politically possible, to be honest, it requires a community that supports it. It requires buy-in from neighbors, buy-in from residents, and this is why those who are in the gallery today, I want to thank you for being here, and it is so important that you are, because it is what makes it possible for us around this horseshoe to do our job. So I'd look forward to hopefully passing this plan and the changes that it means for our city. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other speakers to the motion? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close things off. And just very quickly, I will say thanks again to staff, but there were a couple other people I wanted to thank. Former Councillor Mark Elliott was the first councillor around this horseshoe that I heard raise the idea of active transportation. He really sort of focused a lot of us, probably pre my time. Mark was elected in 2006, and I have no doubt he was talking about it in the term before I came on council. But he really seemed to raise the awareness amongst councillors of what active transportation was and why it was important. So I wanted to give him some credit. I also wanted to give credit to former councillors Carrie Porter, Laurie Littleton, and former Mayor Walter Senzik in the last term of council, who, along with many of us, got this process started and moving in an official capacity and brought us to where we are today. I thought it was important to give credit to those councillors because I'll be blunt, when I first got elected to council in 2010, I don't think active transportation was a thing I thought a whole heck of a lot about. But I had the benefit of being the ward mate for Councillor Elliott and then Councillor Porter, and I think a lot about it now. So when I go to other cities, I have occasion to be in Hamilton on a regular basis, and I'm frustrated when I look around and see the separated bike lanes and think, wow, Hamilton's ahead of us. And then I go to, it's not a thing I say very often, and then I go to Ottawa, and I'm told all the time, you know, snow makes it so difficult, and that's why bikes don't get used. And I look around, and there's separated bike lanes in downtown Ottawa. And I think, wow, Ottawa's ahead of us. And then I go to a National Association of City Transportation Officials conference, and I look around, and I realize that there are lots of places in North America that are ahead of us. When I look at the pedal poll results in the similar municipalities, I mentioned Kingston and Kelowna and Peterborough, and I picked those for a couple different reasons as I was quickly glancing through the website. Partly because I knew they were the same size as us or smaller, but also because I've either been to those places or I have friends and family who live in them, and I know that they all have separated bike infrastructure, something which I've realized now for quite some time is something we're lacking. When we've had votes around this horseshoe, I've always said, you know, when it comes to adding bike lanes, which we've been adding paint, if we're being honest, we've been adding paint, but when we have that conversation, I've always said we don't have a plan. Where's the plan? Like, we've got these bike lanes that sort of start and stop randomly. You know, some of them are on regional roads, some of them are on city roads, but there was no plan. This is a plan. And this is a plan that makes me comfortable because it's not saying bike lanes on every road, every street. Because I think everybody in this room, even the most hardcore bike advocates, would recognize a street like St. Paul is a pretty narrow street. And there are probably better ways that are more comfortable for cyclists and other active transportation users to get through the downtown than having to try and jam a bike lane, a separated bike lane onto that street. This is the plan that allows us to do that. It gives people in the community who want to use active transportation measures a path from A to B. The Rapid Implementation Network puts in place the base for it, and then the spine network, and all of the connectors get built out over the course of 25 years. And it makes it safer for everybody. It makes it safer for cyclists. It makes it safer for those using micromobility, scooters and e-bikes. It makes it safer for pedestrians. To be frank, it makes it safer for cars. I think Councillor McPherson said it. Like, it's safer for drivers of cars too, because with separated infrastructure, everybody is more comfortable. Everybody has the buffer they need to be able to get from point A to point B safely. It will take time. It's gonna take us 25 years to build this out. But the best time to plant a tree was 25 years ago. The second best time is today. We didn't do it 25 years ago. We're doing it today. I will say I'm very heartened by the conversation that we had around the table. We always have to be cognizant of affordability and the costs associated with plans, but I think we're all very reasonable in looking at the numbers and recognizing, you know, we're not talking about astronomical sums of money. We're talking about incremental increases to those reconstruction projects over the course of time that will lead to a safer transportation network for everybody. As I mentioned, if this passes, and I am confident that it will, I will present a notice of motion because there is a flaw in this plan, and it's that we don't have the regional roads included, and we need the regional roads included. And the region needs to provide a complementary plan that fits into this plan and allows for the connectivity across the city. Because when we talk about getting to Brock, we talk about getting, you know, to the east end, to the west end, a lot of those roads are regional roads. And they do have the width, and they do have the space, and they can provide the places for the infrastructure that is necessary to make it safer for everybody. So with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Phillips.
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Counselor Stevens.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Williamson.
Yes, and the Bills are winning.
Counselor Dodge.
Yes.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Kushner.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Miller.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, I'm going to break the rules. Go ahead. There were no votes to be swayed by the clapping in the audience, so I felt it was appropriate. And I will simply point out it was unanimous. And I know Councillor Harris wanted to say that at home, but he probably is muted. All right. Moving on to item 10.1, the Lincoln and Welland Band. And I'm going to pause for a moment, and if anybody wants to head home at this point, the Bills are winning. I didn't mean staff as well. Councilor Garcia?
Yes. Should we not do the Welland Canals presentation first?
So we've got the Lincoln and Welland. How do I have this?
That's a motion, right? But we had.
Yes, we had approved that to be moved up to the front.
Okay.
Okay. So I do have the Lincoln and Welland Band. Moving the motion is Councillor Kushner, and seconding I have Deputy Mayor Phillips. Councillor Kushner, I will leave it to you to speak to this.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To me, it's very self-explanatory, so I won't read it. But I'd like to indicate my experience as a young child when I used to come here to visit people in St. Catharines, and they were very impressed by the band. We were very impressed by the band. And then years later, I have my in-laws visiting St. Catharines, and my father-in-law, who was ex-military, with the Signal Corps, he too was very impressed by the presence of a band like the Lincoln Winks. And what I can understand is that the military suggesting that there's insignia be taken away from the band. That's somewhat understandable. I wouldn't do it, but I can understand why they're doing it. But what I can't understand is why they've gone to the extreme and why they evicted a band which has been in the armories for years and years, and none of us would do that. Either as a private landlord or a public landlord, we would never do that. And I don't know whether there has been consultation with the band, what their intention is to in the long run. But having been evicted there and not appreciated is very fearful of the demise of that band. And I'd like to quote a famous conductor, and that is, to stop the flow of music is like stopping of time itself, incredible and inconceivable. And that was by Aaron Copland, a famous conductor in the United States. And I see it here that we have a situation where the community has been insulted. The volunteers have been insulted who play in the band, be they ex-military or present military or ordinary volunteers. It's very insulting to everybody, and it's very insulting to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and hold back my anger on this one. This really, really bothers me. Growing up as a kid in Eastern Ontario, every small town had a citizens band that played on a Friday night or a Thursday night, and the people of the town would come down and listen, and there's a sense of pride, just like there is with the band that we have right now. They're volunteers. It doesn't cost the government anything to have this band representing the armed services just because they're not marching on Parliament Hill or because they're a dance band for the Air Force or something like that. These people are very proud of the fact they're part of this band. As part of our New Year's levy, they're there. As part of Remembrance Day, marching down, everybody in this council has marched behind this band on Remembrance Day, and I don't know about anybody else, but I feel pretty damn proud to be able to walk behind that band and see that band in parades. People say with the Grape and Wine Festival parade, what bands are coming this year? Bands are vital to parades, and that band is always there for us. It gives us a sense of pride as residents of St. Catharines. No matter where you go, you see them. I think it's absolutely ridiculous that somebody who has probably never heard this band, never seen this band, has decided they're not going to exist anymore. We haven't heard from the executive of the Lincoln and Welland Regiment. I haven't anyways, and I guess I can understand that because, if you read the emails from MP Biddle, he's trying to get in contact with somebody in Ottawa, and they're refusing to meet with him. So I think it's absolutely absurd that this is happening, and we need to do everything we can, write letters to whoever we can, to all the MPs in Niagara to express our displeasure with what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm deeply grateful to Councillor Kushner and Deputy Mayor Phillips for bringing this forward. This truly is a travesty. This is a great tradition in our community. They've been a big part of our community life for centuries, I guess, or a long time. I know that MP Biddle is working hard to try and get this resolved. I know that MPP Stevens has been on the case. I know that you have, Mr. Mayor, and I know that Regional Chair Bradley has. And this is a mistake that has to be undone. I do think that this person is quite aware of this band, and maybe there's a little bit of envious of our band because they're not necessarily part of the professional military. And I know that there's a couple veterans in the gallery here tonight who I'm sure share our deep concern about this and want to see it resolved as quickly as possible. There's no good explanation of why you would deep six such a great organization like this. It just makes no sense at all.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other comments on this one, I will just agree with my council colleagues and state that I agree wholeheartedly with the motion. I know MP Biddle has been working diligently on this. I know that the band is confident at this point that some form of resolution will be found. I believe MP Biddle has had conversations now with Army Command, and that they are working towards some form of resolution, but this is timely, and I'm glad Councillor Kushner brought this forward and that we're going to have an opportunity to vote on it, because I think it's important for us to send that message to the federal government that this needs to be rectified and a resolution needs to be come to as soon as possible. With that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Kushner? Yes. Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
A strong yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, moving on to 10.2, which is the funding request from the Niagara Olympic Track and Field Club. Before the motion, council will hear a delegation from Sharon Stewart from the Niagara Olympic Club. I do enjoy the fact that Councillor Williamson, since he retired, is now our Sergeant at Arms as well. Ms. Stewart, the lectern is yours.
We're going to change things up from bicycles to 2 feet and a heartbeat. It is my privilege to represent the Niagara Olympic Club to share our vision for the Track and Field Center Rejuvenation Project. Thank you to Councillor Phillips for the motion tonight. Sometimes, just sometimes, the stars align and an amazing opportunity presents itself. This tells me that we have to seize the moment and rebuild the legacy. Our passion has never failed. Our club mission is to foster and promote the sport of track and field and other athletic activities, fitness and sportsmanship in St. Catharines and district by providing programs of training and competition for members at all levels of athletic ability, with the ultimate goal of achieving athletic excellence in a social and fun environment. We share our passion and spirit for athletics with our own membership, the people of the greater community. This passion includes keeping the facility as a training and competition center. A little history on the Track and Field Center. In '99, NOC signed a lease agreement with the City of St. Catharines. In 2001, the construction of the first track was complete. And in 2003, OFSA was held here. The city contributed $250,000, which was 50% of the initial project, and NOC provided the other 50%. For the past 25 years, NOC volunteers have maintained and upgraded the facility through physical work and fundraising efforts. To date, an additional $350,000 plus in capital has been spent for maintenance and upgrades. The revenue generated through the permits goes back into the facility. The existing surface is now worn. After 25 years, we need a complete resurfacing of the facility. Who uses this place? The upgrade allows NOC and the facility to continue to play a major role in athletics across Niagara, Ontario, and Canada. The track, jump, and throw surfaces have to be intact to be safe for all user groups. From the recreational runner to the elite athlete, surface integrity and quality are key to optimal performances and athlete health. Athletes competing on the track want to achieve standards to compete at national championships and to be selected to national teams. The user groups, the NOC athletes, some of them are here tonight, way past their bedtime. Other track and field clubs for specific training, hosting Athletics Ontario Championships and the Ontario Legion Championships. Community joggers and walkers. School track meet permits for both elementary and secondary. DSBN Academy uses the facility for phys ed classes. High school teams, including Ridley College, with training permits. The stars have aligned, and it is time to take action. Time is critical. The Ontario Community Sport and Recreation Infrastructure Fund is an opportunity we cannot miss out on. The grant was announced in April, and the program guideline was released on August 19th, with a deadline of October 29th. Although this is a very short turnaround time, our application is ready to go. We have a business plan, partnerships, quotes, endorsements, and passion. We have endorsements from the stakeholders for our facility: the Ontario Federation of Schools Athletic Association, Sport Niagara, Athletics Ontario, Athletics Canada, District School Board of Niagara, and the Niagara Catholic District School Board. Construction must be completed in the summer of 2025 to give us the big win in June 2026. OFSA can return to St. Catharines. This event kickstarts the rejuvenated facility and a renewed legacy. OFSA is a 3-day track meet with 2,900 athletes from 850 schools across Ontario, 1,000 coaches, 100 plus volunteers, and probably 1,000 or more spectators per day. The economic impact of this event is huge for our city. We are asking the city to endorse the project and invest in the financial support the project needs. To endorse the project, the city must extend our current lease agreement to 5 years beyond the project completion date. We also need to have a letter of permission from the city to undertake the project. These are requirements for the application for the fund. These documents must be in place and included in our application. The Phase 1 budget is $1.4 million. The capital costs are outlined in our business plan, which you have received. The provincial grant allows for 50% of the capital cost. NOC is asking the city to invest 30% of the capital cost. NOC will raise 20% through corporate sponsorship and fundraising. Our sponsorship campaign will be launched as soon as the project is approved by the city. This is your property. We are the tenants. We want to continue our partnership with you as a tenant and continue to enhance and operate the facility. In order to take the next immediate step with the application for provincial funding, we need your endorsement. I am happy to take questions before my concluding statement.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Stewart. We do have a number of questions, I'm sure. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I don't have any questions, but I would like to ask St. Catharines' most famous track and field artist to stand up. Olympian.
Councillor, you're getting me to break the rules multiple times tonight. I don't feel good about this.
You're the boss. He is the hero of all those young people sitting behind, I'm sure. And I congratulate him for everything that he's achieved. But I guess my question is, Sharon, how did you get him started? Just give us a little bit of background to show the people around the horseshoe and the people at home the type of program you have to enhance the lives, track and field-wise, of these youngsters.
Mohammed was a student at the collegiate, and Alex Och, sitting beside him, was the teacher and coach, along with Perry Walkowicz at the collegiate, that recognized the talent of the young boy in the basketball shorts and the basketball shoes. We got him some good shoes and some good shorts, and it was all his legs after that.
And now Nike looks after things, I think, does it?
They do, yes.
Yes, okay, as well as you did. Okay, thank you. The track, as you said, originally it was $250,000 from the city and $250,000 that you raised. Since then, you've said the number was $325,000 spent on improvements. That's all your money, right? The city, although they have assisted with staff in I don't know, doing whatever they've needed to do, we haven't had to put any money into the track, have we? Or have we?
That's correct. Some of the money has come from Trillium grants. 3 or 4 times we've had Trillium grants to do some of our really major upgrades.
So my point to council is, we initially contributed $250,000 in all those years. We haven't spent another cent on it.
Correct.
And now it's time to do that. Thanks, Sharon.
Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Williamson.
I know we were invited to go on a little trip Sharon, but some of us didn't get there. In terms of other infrastructure, lighting, et cetera, is there any other desperate needs that, or is lighting one of the aspects that are going to need to be replaced?
I became aware that the city was planning to, over time, replace lighting in all of the parks with LED lights. We've asked that they expedite that project at our facility so it can be done while the surface is off, because going on afterwards on the new surface is not feasible.
Okay, do you know, for example, if the poles are going to be able to be reused, the infrastructure that's there, or is it going to have to be all, it'll be a lot more expensive, it's going to have to be all new lights, I would think. If that's not in your territory, okay.
I think they're just changing the light bulbs.
Thank you very much.
All right, any other questions of the presenters? Presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you, Ms. Stewart, for the presentation. At this time, can I have a motion to receive the delegation? Councillor Phillips, Councillor Kushner, all those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. And we will move on to the main motion. You are.
Can I make my conclusion?
Oh, you wanted a concluding statement, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay, so we may have to pass another motion in a second to receive the concluding statement.
Okay. To say it takes a village to raise a child. I do believe it takes a community to provide the facilities and program opportunities for children to grow into healthy, happy, great human beings. Mayor Cisco, I ask your permission to invite Mohammed Ahmed to the podium. Mo Speed is an NOC alumnus and Athlete of the Year for the City of St. Catharines in 2009, 2016, and 2019. Don't think he's ever had the opportunity to be here at that time. He's usually global trotting somewhere, so I ask him to come forward.
I will definitely say yes. I would have fanboyed right at the very beginning if you told me Mo was going to come and speak, so. He sticks around long enough, you're darn right, yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you for having me. I just want to say this is a project that I am fully behind, not because of, just because I want to, but because I feel very, very passionate about. I am a beneficiary of such investments. As Sharon said, the Niagara Olympic Club and its facility is what raised me. It's the home that where I hone my skills. And everywhere I go over the last several years, since my first introduction to the Niagara Olympic Club and the West Park, everywhere I go, I definitely see the need for such facilities. I was in Nice this summer training, and I went into this beautiful track, community track, and I could just come in and train and do my thing and benefit from that. I think we need such infrastructure in our city. It is a beautiful city. I've been away from our city. I haven't lived here I've been in and out for the last 15 years, being on stateside. But every time I come back, I grow a fondness for our city on the trails that we have, the infrastructures that we have. And I think, to leave a legacy for our children, for the next generation of Canadian track and field athletes, I think, the NOC track is a facility and an infrastructure that needs to be maintained and that needs to be restored. That's what I would say, and I fully invite for you guys to check it out. In its need, it's very, very inviting facility. It is a very inspiring facility. We share it with other clubs, soccer clubs, Club Roma, and other clubs that in the area. So it's a place of it's a milieu of excellence and athletics, and I think we need to maintain it. So thank you very much for speaking. Let me speak.
So Mo, I will just say, as an entirely mediocre runner, On behalf of the community, man, just thank you for giving us a hometown boy to cheer for. Yeah, I don't get speechless very often, and these people know it, but I just appreciate the opportunity we've all had to cheer for you and the opportunity we're going to have in future years to cheer for you wherever your career takes you.
Absolutely.
So on behalf of the community, thank you.
I definitely appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
And if you leave without me getting a selfie with you, I'm going to be devastated. So I may call a recess after this for just a minute or two. Are you on Strava?
No. No, I'm not on Strava. Yeah, I'm a very secretive person with my training.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, I had to ask. Maybe you follow me, I don't know. All right, thank you very much for the presentation. Okay, now I need a motion to receive this presentation. Councillor Dodge, Councillor Phillips, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right, you can both have a seat. Thank you for the presentation. You can definitely ask a question.
I just have a question on next steps for us.
So we still have to vote on the motion.
Okay.
And then your question is about next steps after this? Oh, you snake, Councillor Williamson.
When I say the stars align, I truly mean it, because it just so happened that Mo was in town at this time to be here tonight. This is not a special trip for him. He was just hanging out.
So in terms of the next steps, if we do pass the motion tonight, there'll be a report that comes back to us about the funding pieces, and that report will come to a future council.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question of Sharon?
We're going to have to pass a third motion to receive the delegation. Councillor, go for it.
It's okay. No, I just wanted to know, I'm assuming the facility is used by athletes or would-be athletes from all over the region, not just from St. Catharines? Is that correct?
Well, primarily our club athletes train there, but then the schools train there. They have track meets there. There's people from the public there all the time walking and running.
Right.
I've met some really interesting people. Okay. I was told one night that the actual running strip for the javelin was used for cricket.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. No, the reason I ask is I'll ask staff later whether there's a possibility of getting funding from the Niagara region as well. I don't know. So.
My understanding is the Niagara region is not in the sports business.
That's what they say when it's convenient.
We'll get in there.
Is that accurate?
That's accurate, yes.
Thank you all very much.
Excellent. I will say, like, from my own personal standpoint, I know my son, when he competed at the Special Olympics, it was always held at West Park, so it's a very well-used facility. All right, so we do have a motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Phillips. Did we already ask for a seconder? I have not asked for a seconder at this point. Oh, Councillor Dodge? Okay. So the motion is on the floor. Do we have any speakers to the motion? Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I did go on the tour of the track, walked around the track, and there was residents just, they were doing their thing, and then when I drove home, I didn't ride my bike, they were walking in the neighborhood, so it's used by the public as well, and it is in bad shape. You could rub it with your feet, and the material that it's made from, it's gone, and their plan that Sharon told me about was of how moving some things around and making the track work better. Sounds like a really good idea, and especially the fact that you know, we haven't put any money into it for many, many years, and kind of goes along with this transportation plan too, where the city, and I'm not throwing blame on anybody because it's from councils that are probably 40 years back, so sorry, Councillor Kushner, but everybody else that's not here anymore. The city never had plans. We didn't have long goal plans really per se, and now we're starting to do that. And this is actually one of these things that is part of that plan and will help future generations. So I think it's a great idea.
All right, thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, just a few comments and question. they live right by the collegiate, and they redid their track recently, which is great. My kids use it all the time for track now because they go to Harry Tubman. But it is fenced. They reinforced the fencing, so it's more difficult for me to run on it as much as I did before. But the one thing I do like about the track at West Park, that it is open to the public. So if I did want to bike there and run around the track, I could. I just want to make sure that that's going to be the case moving forward. I probably should have asked this to the presenter, but I guess this is a question to staff, that is going to be the case moving forward. I assume it is.
There are nods of yes.
Yeah, no, that's excellent. That's excellent. Another question here. Yeah, the other comment that I wanted to make was I'm always supportive when a volunteer group in the community has taken ownership of a city facility in the way they've taken ownership of it. They want to see it maintained. They've applied for grants, and it's for the betterment of the community, not just their own. In this case, a club, but they're, like when I see a neighborhood group taking ownership of space and putting it in a community garden, that shows that residents are invested. They want to see our city prosper. They want to see the investments that we make in our city be utilized to the best of their ability, or as best as they can be. My question to staff would be: we have a parks plan. We do have some type of parks master plan. I can't remember the exact name of it now, but I'm just wondering how the renewal of this project fits into that plan, and if that's something that's going to be coming back with this report when it's received.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Staff are currently working on an outdoor sports field strategy with a consultant. We're just working through the first draft of that report now, and we plan to come back to council in Q4 of this year, hopefully in November, with that plan.
And so does the timing align with what this group's looking to do with the grant? Like in terms of, I know it's coming back to me. Council was interviewed, and we talked about which sports fields and what kind of sports were in need of having more facilities for. Does this align with the work that we're already doing?
Through the mayor to the councillor, my understanding is that there's some urgency to getting this staff report back to council in order to meet the grant deadline, which is at the end of October. The sports field strategy is not expected to come to council to November. However, there is definitely alignment there. So we would be happy to expedite the staff report specifically for the Niagara Olympic Club so they don't lose that opportunity. And we'll continue to work with our consultant on the rebalance of our sports field inventory.
And is that in this motion now, or would I add that request here? Just seems like that would be prudent.
I think staff take it as a direction. There are very strict timelines and funding deadlines.
Yeah, no, I figured that.
Staff understand that necessity.
All right, wonderful, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Manager Brunetta already addressed the question that I was going to ask, but that is exactly it. We're kind of voting blind on this because we don't know what the funding strategy is going to be. If I understand correctly, through you to the mover, what we're approving is for staff to report back on the funding request. We're not specifically approving any funding right now because we don't know where this is going to come from, right? Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And yes, for everybody's clarity, we are approving this in principle and endorsing in principle the application from the Niagara Olympic Track and Field Club and asking for that report to come back with the funding details. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to close before I do make the motion, Mrs. Stewart, Sharon's done a great job in presenting, and having been a phys ed teacher and a principal at nearby Power Glen School, we use that track a lot. It's probably we're probably responsible for wearing the surface off it, but it is a community track, and the high schools have done a good job, as Councillor Ratzlaff has mentioned, in redoing some of their tracks, but it's not a situation where they can hold a track and field meet like OFSA, because they don't have the throwing areas properly located. They might not have the 8 lanes of track. They don't have the size. At West Park, as council knows, we just put a new washroom in there, so there's an accessible washroom right around with easy walking distance of the track. I know they're going to have to put up some more bleachers, but there are bleachers there already. So it's a case of resurfacing the track and doing a little bit of work on the pits. And yeah, it's going to cost some money, but you know, maybe we're not going to have to spend any more money on it for another 25 years like the last time. Who knows? Hopefully that'll not be the case. I probably won't be here long. I won't have to worry about it. But anyways, I really think I'm glad to hear Lori say that they're going to work expediently on getting the report in, because this is pretty exciting, because when you figure that number of athletes, 2,900 athletes, and with coaches and parents coming to St. Catharines, you're not going to get, there's not going to be too many hotel rooms available, and our municipal accommodation tax will really take a bump and hopefully help pay for what we're going to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Seeing no other questions or comments, very quickly, I will simply say I agree with the comments of the Deputy Mayor. I think this is a real opportunity and something that has to be kept in mind. This is city infrastructure. And at some point, city infrastructure does have to be rehabilitated, reconstructed, and 25 years is the useful lifetime of most pieces of city infrastructure. So I think if there's an opportunity here for, you know, almost 75% of the cost of this particular rehabilitation project to be covered from other sources, that is a good deal for the taxpayers. With that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor McPherson,
Yes.
Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Councillor Stevens, Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, we are going to take a 2-minute recess. By 2 minutes, of course, I mean keep it to 5 minutes. We are through. We will take that quick recess. All right, folks, we are going to come back. I did try to give time, and I do appreciate the indulgence of everybody who is here. Thank you. That doesn't happen very often. In my 14 years on council, that's the only time we've ever done that. So, Olympic medalists get that kind of treatment, I guess. If Kristen Kidd ever shows up for something, I'll do the same thing for her. At this time, we are going to move on to 9.2, Community Recreation and Culture Services, Recreation and Culture Programs, the 2029 Historic Welland Canals Task Force Interpretive Plan. I will look to Kathleen Powell, the Supervisor of Historical Services and Curator, and Renee Ressler, the Chair of the 2029 Historic Welland Canals Task Force, to provide a presentation. And the lectern is yours.
Staff. Thank you very much for providing us the opportunity to present the task force, present this evening our draft interpretive plan for the recognition of the 200th anniversary of the Welland Canals in 2029. My name is Renee Ressler. I live in St. Catharines, and I'm the chair of the task force. It's been an honor to do this, and I'm pleased to recognize some of our members who are here in the audience to support our presentation this evening. Okay, also with me is Kathleen Powell, the Supervisor of Historical Services for the City of St. Catharines, who we will be co-presenting with me tonight.
The task force was appointed by City Council in November 2022 and is comprised of up to 11 members, as noted here on this slide. Also included in the task force work are the staff liaisons to the task force, which include myself, Carla Mackey, Historical Services Coordinator, who is also here tonight, and Adrian Petrie, Visitor Services Coordinator at the St. Catharines Museum and Welland Canal Center.
The task force was tasked with developing an interpretive plan to commemorate the history of the 3 historic Welland canals and recognize significant milestones in the construction and operation of the historic first and second Welland canals. Essentially, the task force is responsible for developing a roadmap that can be used by the city in its planning for the 200th anniversary of the Welland Canal leading up to 2029.
The task force terms of reference outlining the work to be undertaken is included as an appendix to this report and is shown here on this slide. As part of their work, the task force was asked to identify opportunities for commemorative events and activities surrounding the 3 distinct historic dates listed on the slide, with 2029 as the significant 200th anniversary of the opening of the first Welland Canal, sorry. Oh, it's me too, sorry. A part of the terms of reference included identifying the historical value and exploring opportunities to map the historical assets of the first, second, and third Welland canals. The task force recognized from the outset that there was no need to develop from scratch a map of the historical assets of all 3 historic Welland canals, as one already existed, created by Colleen Beard, who's here in the audience. Yay for Colleen. She's the former head of a map data and GIS library at Brock University and is also a current member of the 2029 task force. Beard's historic Welland Canals mapping project is a very thorough and well-researched set of GIS data maps of the historic Welland Canals, including features that still exist, as well as historic reference maps alongside modern-day mapping of all 3 historic canals. This slide illustrates one of the maps that can be seen on the platform.
A great benefit of this mapping project is that all the remaining features of the Welland Canals still in existence in our community are mapped using GPS so that the information can be extrapolated for someone literally on the ground in the area. Additionally, the project takes historical maps from throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries and superimposes them on the modern map to help users to compare a map of the city from the past and present at the same time. Added to this project are text and images, pop-ups that provide more detailed stories of some of the important locales connected with the early canals, such as the Chickluna shipyard. This project, fully developed and maintained by Colleen Beard, is an enormously important resource in an understanding of the historic canals and their place within the city.
The task force has created a plan to help commemorate the canals in a way that will resonate with residents and visitors, inspiring them to explore its stories and remaining built heritage sites located throughout city parks and trails. This interpretive plan includes phased implementation strategies to accomplish the interpretive goals with consideration of existing city resources and capacities. An important part of implementation will be establishing partnerships with like-minded community organizations to help facilitate and accomplish projects and commemorative events and activities. This interpretive plan is a culmination of the entire planning process, led and developed by members of the task force, and is included as Appendix 1 of the council report.
The two priorities identified by the task force with regards to commemoration of the historic Welland Canal are: 1, preservation and improvement of the existing trail system and canal remnants in the city. 2, special events and activities that promote and celebrate the 200th anniversary, both leading up to and in 2029. The task force believes that a well-developed and interpreted trail system along the historic Welland Canals can be a destination trail, attracting visitors to the community, and it is identified as its highest priority. As you can see from the following maps, which are also attached as an appendix to your report, the current system of trails is confusing and inconsistently signed and can be difficult to navigate, especially for visitors, especially where there are urban crossovers in the city center. The Merritt Trail is a collection of trails that follow the route of the first and second Welland Canals from Martindale Road at its north to Mountain Locks Park in the south. The Merritt Trail connects to the Participark Trail, the 12 Trail, and the Bruce Trail as an example. The current trails run along mostly former road or canal towpaths and are connected through a series of urban crossovers, which include Geneva Street, Westchester Avenue, and Glendale Avenue.
This interpretive plan recommends developing a consistent naming convention across the entire trail system with clear and consistent signage and interpretive opportunities relating to the historic Welland Canals at important points along the trail.
Also included in the interpretive plan is a proposal to extend the northern terminus of the current Merritt Trail into Port Dalhousie to include Locks 1 of the 2nd and 3rd Canals, Lakeside Park, Rennie Park, and J.C. Gardens. This would tie some of the remaining features of the historic canals into the existing trail system through a popular tourist location, which is Lakeside Park, with parking and amenities close by.
The suggestions and developments contained in this interpretive plan should be implemented in a phased approach as staff and financial resources are available. The implementation plan is divided into 2 sections for each phase, one focusing on the implementation of interpretation along the historic Welland Canals corridor, and the other related to tasks assigned to the task force outside of the interpretive plan. The 4 phases recommended in this plan and summarized in the council report have overlapping timelines which will necessitate action items being carried out simultaneously rather than one after the other.
The work of the task force ties directly to 3 of the pillars identified as priorities in the city's new strategic plan: social well-being, which gives priority to the development of diverse trail systems and connected pathways and open spaces to strengthen quality of life for residents; environmental stewardship, which recommends working towards multimodal transportation networks, including multi-use trailways, to help move the city towards becoming a recognized leader in environmental sustainability and resiliency. And finally, cultural vibrancy, which celebrates the heritage and culture of the city through the celebration and promotion of the city's role in the 200 years of being home to the Welland Canals.
The St. Catharines Museum's draft strategic plan, which is expected to come to council in October for approval, identifies marking the 200th anniversary of the Welland Canals in 2029 as a priority in meeting its goal of community engagement. The city's St. Catharines draft culture plan, also expected to be presented to council in October, supports the recognition and commemoration of the historic Welland Canals as an important action item. Action 1.1.1 of the draft culture plan aligns directly with the directions of the task force's interpretive plan, which states, collaborate across city departments to celebrate the 200th anniversary of the first Welland Canal in 2029, leveraging the opportunity to highlight that the 3 historic Welland Canals are a component of St. Catharines culture. The draft culture plan identifies numerous opportunities for collaboration with this interpretive plan.
The Fairview Park Master Plan has as one of its guiding principles to respect existing cultural heritage features and establish a sense of place through conversation. The interpretive plan supports the preservation and commemoration of historic Welland Canal features throughout the community, and there are opportunities within the Fairview Park Community Master Plan to collaborate on shared goals. As mentioned, the task force believes that a focus on the already existing trail system is a key component of a lasting legacy that can be created from the 200th anniversary of the Welland Canals, enhancing an already well-developed multi-use trail with clear wayfinding, maintenance improvements, interpretive elements such as trailhead signage and points of interest signage will create and showcase the already existing trails. Creating a clear starting and ending point to this system will connect one side of the city to the other with a focus on the community's shared history. This task force priority is supported through the Active Transportation Master Plan under Section 6.2, Policy Number 1, which recommends improving the pedestrian network as a key component of supporting active transportation. Walkability can act as a key indicator of a community's health, vibrancy, and commitment to sustainable transportation.
The current multi-year budget does not provide for any funding to begin the implementation of this interpretive plan. Recommendations which have financial impact beyond the current budget will be evaluated and prioritized with other budgetary requirements of the city. Each phase will return with the corresponding multi-year capital and operating budgets for council's consideration and approval. Staff will continue to monitor available funding opportunities to leverage the city's budget dollars. Based on the complex and varied nature of the implementation of this plan over time, it is recommended that a cross-departmental working group be tasked with the implementation of this interpretive plan and its associated objectives.
The 200th anniversary of the first Welland Canal is an important milestone in the city's history. The 3 historic Welland Canals shaped the geography and the development of the city over time, and recognizing their significance helps create a sense of place across the community. The work of the task force through this interpretation plan provides a strong roadmap for the city when planning activities to mark this bicentennial. Thank you, and we are happy to answer any questions that council might have for us.
Thank you for the presentation. Do we have any questions for the presenters? Councilor Williamson.
Thank you. As a member of the committee, it's been a fun and interesting experience, and I know that there's probably Lorraine Giroux is also a member of the committee that's in the audience, and Carla Mackey's played a great role as part of the museum, and putting this this whole plan together has been an incredible job done by the museum, and I'm really proud of the work that they're doing. I guess these aren't questions, Mr. Mayor, but I'll find one here for you. Other jurisdictions, if we look to New York State and the Erie Canal and the Erie Canal Trail and all the money and the investment that they're making, there has paid dividends. There's other places in the world that are also putting a lot of money into their canals. And we seem to have, we know we have a treasure trove of historical wealth under our feet. What would be some I guess, justification for us to go to the taxpayers and shine some light and bring our history to the fore with this anniversary coming up? What do you see as the benefits that can accrue from it?
Beyond the education of the history, the legacy of Niagara's own maritime history, there's a lot of economic benefits as well. Destination trails, people will come on the go, as GO service improves. cycling. All the trails are all modal, you know, for the most part. The Merritt Trails in places is starting to be paved, but it is accessible. Just an example, the Merritt Trail goes right by Mountain Locks Plaza. There's a lock buried right next to the Sohi store, you know. People using the trail are going to use the businesses that are along the trail, so it's economic benefits as well.
Okay, and you were here for the discussion about the active transportation master plan, and this report ties into that, and there could be a relationship. Do you see how that it makes sense for them to work together? And I mean, part of what you're doing is you're bringing together a bunch of disparate trails with different names. You're unifying them, making it into a network that makes more sense. And do you think this can fit into the active transportation master plan as well?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a natural merging. One will benefit the other.
Okay, I guess another positive that comes out of this is that we've got a partnership developed with Colleen and your work on the mapping project, and so the community and Brock have been able to work together on this. I guess that's not really a question either, is it? Is there anything highlights that you'd like to share in terms of what you think the first priorities are? There's a lot in here. It's a very comprehensive, well-detailed document. Signage on the trails, or anything in particular that stands out that you'd like to see happen first and foremost?
As far as the signage goes, the trails within the city are well signed, but from different eras, so it can be in places a little confusing. Arion Road and Martindale, for instance, which is the historical northern trailhead of the Merritt Trail. But there's markers for, at minimum, 3 or 4 different trails there. But the Bruce Trail's got a marker there. The one sign says the Merritt Trail, the other one right next to it says the 12 Trail. So just tidying up. We already have the infrastructure. The trails are in place. They're beautiful. It's just a matter of tightening them up a little bit and tidying them up a little bit.
And finding the money to do some of the work that we need to do.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I think that the big benefit St. Catharines has is that it's a real big bang for the buck because our trail system is quite good already, and it's in pretty good shape. It just needs some maintenance, and really great historic interpretive signage along the trail will just make it a real destination for people using it. And the fact that it can connect one end of the city to the other end of the city completely really does make it something that can be something people will come to do the whole trail versus just a little piece of it, or they could just do a piece of it. But honestly, it already exists, and for a relatively small amount of money compared to some other projects, you can do quite a bit with just the trail improvements.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Williamson. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, like Councilor Williamson, I wanted to comment. We're very lucky to have the task force that we have, and to have Mr. Ressler chair it, who is an absolute expert in Welland Canals. If anybody has any questions about any remnants of the Welland Canal anywhere in the city or around, he has the answer. Anyway, my question was, when you start looking at what needs to be done and what the budgeting is, will you include potential tourism opportunities? Because I feel that we have a great opportunity for what I call a thematic attraction in terms of being able to move from one end to the other with a theme through various canals, and it is so underused. Yes, we have such a treasure trove, as Councilor Williamson said, and the significance of the Welland Canals and the development of the Midwest of the U.S. and Canada is totally underappreciated. I mean, you ask many people that visit, and they have no idea what the Welland Canal is or what it did. So anyway, tourism opportunities that you feel are there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yes, I would say that we would leave no stone unturned when it comes to finding funding from any place that we can, including tourism. But I think that the whole benefit of this is to create a tourist opportunity around heritage tourism in the community that already exists, just to, tweak it a bit to make it even better.
Yeah, thank you. I think the communication will be critical. We have a new manager of communications. I don't think he's here tonight anymore, but he was earlier. To make sure that we communicate to people the anniversary coming and the significance of it, to build some awareness and build some excitement in advance. But thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenters. A couple questions. So all the lands from the original canals are the city-owned now? Would it be like the parklands? And the federal government doesn't own any of that stuff anymore, do they?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councilor, some is city-owned land currently, but not all. You probably could speak better to that, Renee, than I can.
Through the mayor to council. I always forget that part, sorry. Some of it is, very little of it is on private property. A great portion of it is Ontario Hydro, or power generation, has a great chunk of it, basically from downtown to Port Dalhousie, is power generation.
Okay, I wasn't sure who owned that. And coming up with the 200th anniversary, is the Seaway helping at all and something like that? I mean, it's not the old route through the city, and I kind of imagine not, but I just thought I'd ask.
Take that one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councilor. Currently, we haven't approached any other levels of government or partners on this, since it's really just a roadmap for now. But I would expect that we would engage the
hope so,
Seaway
right? Being such
in
a
a
big part of
significant
it,
way, since they own, the current one. So
Well, we would
yeah.
hope so, yes. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
definitely.
Thank you, Councilor Stevens. Councilor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the presenters. Thanks for all this work. Excuse me. Yeah, I use those trails all the time along the 12 Mile Creek, either running them or biking them, and they're wonderful. Huge asset to the community. The two questions, the trail that goes to Port Dalhousie, like you're just talking about the once you get past the Merritt Trail, like you're just on the sidewalk up the Main Street and along Main Street. That's what we're talking about when we talk about the trail?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that is one of the portions that would be urban crossover. So basically from Log Street right up Main Street. And we had ideas of linking it with the Christian French Trail on Old Martindale Road, which would carry it down Martindale to the Aryan Road access to go down below into Welland Vale.
Right. And was there any discussion of what possibilities there are for paths on the other side of the 12 Mile Creek at Wellandville there? So you go down the.
We didn't speak to that because that is hardcore, no trespassing, drowning signs. If you go down there, that's power generation down there.
And then phase 2 and phase 3 is $1 million per project, 5 projects. What does the restoration of I can kind of see what would happen in Port Dalhousie, but I spent a decent amount of time in Pierpoint Park, and some of it's under concrete here, requires restoration and landscaping. What exactly would you envision for those types of sites?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councilor. These are just ideas of sites that we think would be significant and something that would really showcase what's there. And from our perspective, as far as museum goes, we could use these facilities, we would consider them as facilities for active educational opportunities. So say, for example, at Mountain Locks Park, if there was a place for students to be able to sit and have a classroom, outdoor classroom, we already take students into Mountain Locks Park, but to be able to, really make that program something much more robust, because the infrastructure allows for it, would be great. And all of these are examples of projects that could do that.
Right. All right. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenters, thank you very much for coming this evening, and thank you for your group for keeping one of our treasures of the city at the forefront, and all your hard work that you do to bring this to us and keep it alive, I guess, to say. Moving forward, what's the timing on the implementation and your next steps?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I would say that since there's no budgetary attachment to it currently, implementation to start with would be more along the lines of research and preparation. And then, you know, some of the things in this plan are pretty easy wins. Signage is actually a relatively easy win. It's not super expensive. It's easily doable. But something large like a full restoration project, it takes a long time. Trail maintenance and trail development, it takes a long time. So, you know, some of these things can happen simultaneously, but some of the things can happen almost with just a small budget. So I would say we would start with the small wins that we can do with almost nothing and work our way to things that have a budget attached to them. Look for funding in the meantime.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. All right, seeing no other questions, thank you very much for the presentation. Can I have a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Townsend, Councillor Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. At this time, can I get a councillor to move the recommendation in the report? Councillor Garcia, Councillor Williamson seconding. The council endorse in principle the 2029 Historic Welland Canals Task Force Interpretive Plan attached as Appendix 1, and the staff report back with an implementation and resourcing plan for the 2029 Historic Welland Canals Task Force Interpretive Plan. Are there any comments? Councillor Williamson?
Thank you. I should have asked this to the presenters. In terms of the idea of exploring potential partnerships, is that, do we need to add that to the recommendation, or is that implicit that the group or staff is going to explore those opportunities?
I believe that's a part of the actual plan, so no need to add it explicitly.
Okay, well, I'd be happy to move the recommendation or second it with Councillor Garcia.
Excellent. Are there any other comments? All right, seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, moving on to item 9.3, which is the Economic Development and Tourism Services Update to the Economic Development and Tourism Strategy 2024 to 2029. I will look to Sabrina Maselli, the Senior Economic Development Officer, Julia Chofley, the Economic Development Officer, Karen Doyle, the Tourism Marketing Officer, and Rob Belchior, the Small Business Consultant, to provide a presentation. I will also note that Samir Husika, Economic Development Officer, Melissa Wenzer, Government Relations Advisor, and Evan Och, Development Expediter, will be present to answer questions if needed, which says to me that ECDev is running a full court press right now on this economic development and tourism strategy. So I look forward to the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Cisco, members of council, fellow staff, and members of the public. I am joined by our team this evening to present to you the updated 2024-2029 Economic Development and Tourism Strategy. This strategy was shaped by direction initiated in the 2017-2022 Economic Development Strategy and Action Plan, and built on experiences that rapidly unfolded during the unimagined scope of the pandemic and the progress seen in the post-pandemic recovery. Many businesses in St. Catharines were able to pivot, innovate, and show their resilience through the challenges brought on by the pandemic, and some of those success stories are included in the updated document you have in front of you today. These achievements highlight the collaboration between the private sector, nonprofits, Team STC, council, and others, contributing to job retention, an investment-ready community, and a diversified tax base. In addition to these successes identified, we've outlined the challenges and emerging opportunities that have guided our action plans. Key themes that have emerged from this work include innovation, demographic change, diversity, equity, and inclusion, climate change, the new nature of work, and workforce dynamics. Together, we intend to summarize and highlight some of the key initiatives within our updated strategy. This diagram shows the services provided by the Economic Development and Tourism and Government Relations team. Key examples include physician recruitment, which attracts new doctors to St. Catharines, supporting both quality of life and healthcare. Expedited services through Development Expediter role, connecting economic development and planning to streamline the development process. Business attraction works closely within Niagara Region Economic Development on foreign direct investment initiatives, supported by business retention and expansion efforts, which helps existing businesses grow and strengthen. These are just a few examples of the core themes throughout the updated strategy. In addition to reviewing reference materials and documents, we examined key pillars and economic sectors in comparator municipalities, engaged with other local municipalities in Niagara, and held interviews and discussions with internal staff and external partners. This helped shape the updated strategy. The slide before you highlights many of our regional, provincial, and national partners, and we expect the number of organizations on this list to grow as we implement this 5-year strategy. Julia Cholfi will take you through the next few slides.
Thank you, Sabrina. Good evening, members of council. As the largest municipality in Niagara with the highest concentration of businesses, 6 priority economic sectors have been identified to guide the actions in this updated strategy, which include agriculture, food and beverage, creative industries, healthcare, manufacturing, professional services, and tourism. These sectors and the descriptors on this and subsequent slides have been identified by the critical mass of similar and complementary businesses in the local community. Our work will continue beyond these to ensure comprehensive support to the business community, but these sectors typically produce and exchange the most goods or services, talent, and technology in St. Catharines. The Team STC focus and work within these industries also aligns with the key sectors included in the Niagara Economic Development 10-year strategy. The thrust of the work Team STC engages in will be strategic economic development efforts to continue to attract new businesses and increasingly focus on encouraging innovation and entrepreneurship from the sectors that are actively contributing the most for jobs and economic output through our robust business retention and expansion work. The priority sectors, as shown on the previous slides, as well as the one in front of you, will continue to drive economic growth in St. Catharines. The objectives and actions identified within the updated 2024 to 2029 Economic Development and Tourism Strategy seek to deliver a prosperous city for all. Through the review and assessment of the 6 priority sectors that we just highlighted, the focus of the updated strategy flows into 5 strategic priorities, which are, as you can see, strategic economic diversification, talent-driven growth, quality of place, destination development, and storytelling celebrating our successes. I would now like to invite Rob Belcher to provide a little bit more information to you on priorities 1 and 2.
Thank you. So to help the local economic development expand and evolve, our team must continue to evolve to work in a manner that generates business growth, economic stability, and provides a variety of supports for local businesses. There are 4 strategic economic diversification objectives in our plan, which have been identified to guide our actions in this regard. First is continuing to engage in broad community collaboration efforts, utilizing the strength of key sectors and providing the innovation community with the support to bring their insights and research to help improve competitiveness in all facets of the economy. Some of the tactics our team will undertake to achieve these objectives include promoting and advocating for progressive programming like we saw with Digital Main Street, creating targeted profiles that align with priority economic sectors, and continuing to support the business community through our business retention and expansion. These are just a few of the actions outlined in the 5-year strategy document in front of you. To succeed as a talent-driven economy and to ensure that priority sector businesses thrive, the strategy highlights the importance of workforce development, attraction, and retention. It seeks to cultivate a workforce in a way that maximizes people's potential and helps fill gaps in our economy. Understanding that workforce is one of the fundamental issues facing all industries in our economy, actions in the strategy include continuing to work with organizations such as the Workforce Collective, Brock University, Niagara College, and other partners which we've mentioned previously. Our team is also engaged with Team Niagara, which is a partnership of local area municipalities, and we collaborate on events and initiatives to help improve the talent pool within Niagara region. The objectives aligned with the priority of talent-driven growth addresses a top need that we hear from St. Catharines businesses, which is hiring and retaining skilled workers. I'd like to have Karen Doyle now take you through the remaining priorities.
Thank you, Rob. Over the next 5 years, our team will lead and support initiatives that make St. Catharines a great place to live, work, play, and invest. This includes an ongoing support, incentive plans, and expedited services, engagement in large-scale city building projects such as Civic Square, completion of an annual survey of office commercial space in the downtown area, development of marketing campaigns and promotions for respective office spaces to targeted audiences and at trade shows, outreach to developers and real estate investors promoting St. Catharines investment opportunities, and to continue supporting general practitioner recruitment in partnership with the Niagara Region Physician Recruitment Program. Initiatives will focus on city building and real estate development to improve public spaces and enhance quality of life. These efforts will revitalize neighborhoods, support desirable amenities, and create unique experience that will grow and thrive over time. The fourth strategic priority focuses on destination development, aiming to go beyond simply attracting visitors to St. Catharines. The city offers unique cultural attractions, sporting facilities, wineries, craft breweries, independent restaurants, historic buildings, and signature events. By strengthening partnerships regionally, as well as at provincial and federal levels, Team STC can enhance collaboration and messaging. This includes continuing the joint DMO work with the Town of Lincoln and building on the Wander Niagara brand. Tourism plays a significant role in the local economy, driving visitor spending in hotels, restaurants, and businesses, and introducing the city to potential residents and entrepreneurs. In 2022, visitor spending in the Niagara region reached $2.1 billion, with nearly $40 million attributed to St. Catharines. That's 19%. In 2023, St. Catharines had over 700 tourism-related businesses, from transportation services to independent artists and full-service restaurants. By prioritizing destination development, the city can continue to grow these numbers, allowing local businesses to expand and improve their offerings. Our fifth and final priority is storytelling and celebrating our successes. Storytelling plays a vital role in capturing and sharing the unique character and achievements in our community. St. Catharines is filled with entrepreneurs, innovators, and creators whose stories highlight the city's essence and accomplishments. This not only preserves our cultural identity, but also drives growth, attracts investment, fosters collaboration, and inspires future successes. The 3 objectives outlined on this slide will support our storytelling efforts. I now pass it back to Sabrina for some closing remarks.
Thank you. We thank you for your time so our team could share the work we've done to update the economic development and tourism strategy. We look forward to continuing to grow and strengthen the business community and tourism community. And we are more than welcome to answer any questions. You have the team here.
Excellent. Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions? Councillor Phillips.
Not a question, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that in all my years in council, this is one of the most impressive documents I've seen published by one of our departments. And I'm sure is going to be given out to other businesses, industries, and spread throughout, hopefully, North America. And as the CAO would agree, I've always said that our departments should be doing this, that once a year, tell me what you've done and tell me where you're going and tell me how things have been achieved. And this is a roadmap for economic development, tourism services, and government relations. I think that's what we call you now. And I think this is, I look forward to next year, you coming back and saying, here's what we've done and here's what we're working on. And as I said, I challenge all the other departments to do the same thing. Keep busy. Thank you.
And to keep with the theme of a delegation and asking a question, we'll look to Ms. Maselli and say, don't you agree?
Don't you agree?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I agree.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, I see no other questions at this time, so I will ask our staff to have a seat. We do have a delegation from Rachel Braithwaite, so I will invite Ms. Braithwaite from the Downtown Association to come on up. She's waited patiently. She is the last delegation of the evening. As we roll to 9:45, we front-loaded the speakers, and Rachel still wound up in last place.
You save the best for last, though, right?
Exactly, save the best for last.
Well, I'll keep it brief. I just want to say it's so lovely to see so many familiar faces here tonight because I get to work with the economic development family, my extended family, I call them, on a very regular basis. Don't know if they appreciate that, but I definitely appreciate them and their hard work for sure. So as mentioned in the report, sorry, I guess I should start. Thank you again for your time tonight. As mentioned, I will keep it brief. It is getting quite late. As mentioned in the report, small and medium enterprises are the foundation of our business community and the platform for job creation. The St. Catharines Downtown Association represents over 700 of our small and medium enterprises, and some of the larger ones too, like Accenture, all concentrated in St. Catharines' largest economic hub, our downtown. We were grateful to be invited to provide our input and feedback when this was being looked at, and we're excited for the implementation. Some of the areas that I'm really excited about working together on include the hotel feasibility study for downtown, the commercial market analysis of downtown, the retail study focusing on a grocery store downtown. I'm sure a lot of you have heard of that being talked about. Marketing for community improvement programs. That is something that when I came from Hamilton, so I have to do some throwbacks. And some of the group came from Hamilton, so they know where I'm coming from. But they had really good programs and marketing portfolios for the CIP programs, somewhat similar to the brochure you saw tonight. So I'd love to see us be able to get there. Placemaking initiatives like our Civic Square, commercial vacancy and trend studies that many of my office buildings have also been asking for a while, so they'll be really excited to see those. Marketing campaigns to promote available commercial space, especially municipal space, because that's one that we get lots of questions about. What's going on with the Ontario Street spaces, what's going on with the Carlisle Garage that I don't think has ever been filled. So it would be really good to see some marketing initiatives around those. One opportunity that I think is really important to point out is celebrating different cultures. Our city is home to many diverse and deep cultures, and by celebrating these through events, partnerships, marketing, helps people to connect to their community. I can provide so many examples of how we have personally seen this play out. For example, one of our summer events, Holy Festival of Color, which I love seeing you all at celebrating, getting absolutely covered in paint or soaking wet. If you have not been there to see that, it is quite the show. The mayor as well joins in, and we really appreciate that. But it not only brings the community, it brings in tourists. We have over 60% attendees are tourists from out of town. That's our biggest number of tourists that any of our events bring. But it also helps those from the community feel connected to the community. After our first year of one of those events, one of our committee members chose to move downtown from Niagara Falls because they felt connected to their community. This year, we had to actually turn volunteers away because there were so many that signed up because they believed in this cultural event. Another example is last year we had 3 marketing interns from Niagara College who work closely with Kat, who is stuck it out with me. She's our marketing and communications director. And they were from Niagara College, 2 were international students, and another from Brampton. Before working with us, they'd never been downtown. All intended to leave St. Catharines after school, but after engaging with the downtown and feeling connected, 2 of them stayed, which is a huge win for us, and they stayed downtown. We know we're not the only ones amplifying the importance of culture in our city. For example, Rochelle Bush and the BME Church host sold-out bus tours to loads of tourists. We also are seeing an increase in our businesses hosting more cultural events, from salsa dance nights, Latino markets, to Black Girl movie nights. We also really appreciate the efforts that have been made by the city to support diversity, specifically from the Mayor's office, and are excited to work together on more initiatives to support culture, especially in the Centre of Culture for our city, which is what I'm now trying to push as our new name for our downtown, the Centre for Culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Braithwaite. Do we have any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Can I get a counselor to move and second the delegation? Receiving the delegation, Counselor Lindell, Counselor Garcia. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So we move on to the main motion. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation in the report? Counselor Kushner, Counselor Phillips. Do we have any speakers to the motion? And while I'm waiting for that list to populate, I will just say, in addition to being a fantastic written document, it is also a fantastic looking document. So I just want to give a shout out to the internal graphics team that put it together, because it is a beautiful looking document. So well done to them and to our comms folks here at the city. All right, seeing no questions or comments, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Kushner.
Yes.
Counselor Phillips.
Yes.
Counselor Ratzoff.
Yes.
Counselor Stevens.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Williamson.
Yep.
Counselor Dodge.
Yes.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Miller.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
That's why we don't invite Ms. Cholfi to council. That's what happens to Michigan fans around here. Calls for notice of motion. I believe I have Councillor Kushner with a call for a notice of motion regarding parking on Towering Heights Boulevard.
Mr. Mayor, I tried to confer with staff and they were to get back to me.
Okay, so we will hold on
right.
that one for the time being.
Thank you.
Okay, I do have a notice of motion. As mentioned earlier, I will be bringing a motion at the next council meeting with respect to the region coordinating their active transportation master plan or whatever semblance of that sort of a plan that they have, so that it coordinates well with what the city is trying to accomplish. Seeing none other, there are no motions this evening. Report requests, there are no report requests. So I will look to the committee and task force minutes. Can I have a mover to receive and file the minutes? Councillor Phillips, Councillor Townsend seconding. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. There is no closed session. There's no motion arising from closed session, so we move to the bylaws. The bylaws listed on the council agenda as 8F be read a first time, considered and passed, and that they be signed and executed by the mayor and the clerk. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Councillor Stevens, Councillor Lindell, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Who wants the motion to adjourn? Councillor Kushner always gets the first shot. I'll give it to Councillor McPherson for the second. All those in favor? Opposed? Good night. Go Bills.